another. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there, the more than 10, 20,000 of you watching us live for joining us virtually. We will continue the program and we recognize you as such. I want to say a big thank you also to all of our speakers in the house already. At this time, I want to invite my very, very wonderful, my very, very delightful Uchechi Ogbuyi Daniel to come up to give us the updates or the report, a summary of yesterday, day two, as a way of kicking off the event in the next 5 minutes more or so. Please, can you put your hands together for her?
Good morning, everyone.
Samido, can we have a slide up, please? Let us get this on cue. Thank you.
It's wonderful to be here for day 3 and the final day. Day 1 was massive. Day 1 was awesome. Day 2, trust me, it was great. And I'm just here to tell you how day 2 went, whatever you missed if you were not here. And even if you were here, well, this is a recap of what went down yesterday. We've gathered industry leaders, regulators, and innovators who share a common goal to harness technology for inclusive growth across the continent. And as we have seen through our discussions, smart regulation, collaboration, and a focus on youth and talent development are vital components in shaping a robust digital economy. Yesterday, we explored the unique challenges and opportunities facing Africa's fintech landscape, highlighting key insights from our esteemed speakers and panelists. Together, we delved into how we can collectively drive financial inclusion, innovation, and sustainable development in this rapidly evolving sector. The first keynote address, titled The Role of Smart Regulation in Positioning Africa's Fintech Ecosystem to Accelerate Inclusive Growth, delivered by Dr. Aminu Maida, EVC Nigeria Communications Commission. He stated that smart regulation is crucial for fostering innovation in Africa's fintech ecosystem, adapting to technological advancements while balancing consumer protection and risk management. Core principles include a risk-based approach, an innovation-friendly environment, and international cooperation. He further stated that effective collaboration among regulators, telecoms, and fintech companies enhances financial access, particularly in rural areas. Telecom innovations like USSD codes and payment service banks have significantly increased financial inclusion for previously underserved populations. Another keynote address titled Shaping the Future of Africa's Digital Workforce, delivered by Mary Kerema, Secretary ICT, E-Government and Digital Economy, Ministry of Information, Communications and Digital Economy, Kenya. She stated youth are vital for Africa's growth and harnessing their potential through enhanced educational and technical opportunities as being essential. This involves addressing infrastructure gaps, aligning university curricula with industry needs, promoting diversity and inclusion, particularly for women, and modernizing workforce development to ensure a skilled digital workforce that can drive innovation and economic resilience. Some points stated, effective smart regulation is essential for unlocking Africa's fintech potential by fostering innovation, consumer protection, and collaboration among stakeholders. It adapts to market needs and promotes financial inclusion, particularly through telecoms, which enhance access to financial services. Young people are key to Africa's economic growth. That's a fact. There's a rise in educational and technical opportunities, but challenges like infrastructure gaps and skills mismatches remain. Emphasizing diversity and inclusion, particularly for women, is crucial for developing a skilled digital workforce. We had a final panel discussion titled Dealing with Fraud and Cyber Attacks, Barriers to an Expanding Digital Economy. We talked about safeguarding against fraud and cyber attacks. We have some statistics. Current cybercrime landscape, estimated costs, $250 million US in 2022 in Nigeria. Advanced tactics employed by cyber criminals. The key challenges highlighted: regulatory gaps hinder effective responses, the need for improved information sharing among entities, and some strategic recommendations. We need to raise public awareness about cybersecurity. We also need to foster collaboration for timely detection and prevention. Now, we have heard compelling examples of how fintech can transform lives, especially in underserved communities, and how public-private partnerships can bridge gaps in skills and resources. As we move forward, let us carry the momentum from these discussions into actionable strategies that will not only strengthen our fintech landscape, but also empower the youth and create a more inclusive economy. Thank you all for your participation, and let's continue working together to realize the immense potential of Africa's digital economy. I remain Uchechi Ogwehi Daniel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for her one more time? They were doing more listening than I was. I had to be going up and down the hall to make sure that we give you all a very wonderful experience. And this is what happened on day 2. And the conference itself, Nigerian Fintech Week, happens to be, like I said earlier on, and it's obviously a statement of fact to being the premier fintech event here in Nigeria and certainly Africa. And we are glad yesterday we witnessed the international spread of the event itself. We had supposedly in that office of the Minister of Information and Communication who joined yesterday. We also had other people coming from different countries: Canada, United States, the Great Britain, as well as some of the friends of the Nigerian fintech ecosystem. But today we will be looking at the area that is going to be focused on technology. But I would like to also announce that by 11 a.m. to about 2 p.m., we will have the startups, the Startups Investors Forum. And there are going to be more as the case might be. We have the QR code. I want us to please scan that and then share as much as we can with the hashtag NFW24 and Nigerian Fintech Week 2024. I want to say a big thank you to all of our speakers, big thank you to all of our sponsors, and I will say at this point in time we will come back to announce other things. But let's quickly start up the program, because here at the Nigerian Fintech Week, we're always on time. And I'm glad to announce that the representative of the Director General, CEO of NITDA, is heavily represented here by the Director of Standard, Guidelines and Framework, in the person of Mr. Emmanuel Edet. Please, can you put your hands together as he comes up to make his presentation, which is going to give us the platform upon which we will start up this particular conference in terms of the panel session. Then we will need to confirm if Oremeyi Aka is in the house. Is Oremeyi Aka in the house? Thank you very much. And I'm glad to know that you're my moderator for this panel session. I want to also find out if the director of MakeCode is here. Adetoyese is here as well. And I would like to confirm that Bola Adesina, director of Bola Adesina Consulting, is here. Thank you very much. And Lale Okike is here as well, I believe. And then Ikem is going to be joining us as the case might be. Sir, we thank you so very much. He'll be speaking for the next 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't hear you. Good morning, everyone. Or is it still too early in Lagos? I know Lagos is a 4 a.m. wake-up time, so I'm sure you're already awake. All right. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to be here in your midst to deliver my Director General's keynote address. And he sends his warm regards. Unfortunately, he actually wanted to be here. He was in Lagos throughout yesterday, and he got called back to Abuja, and he has asked me to come and express his thoughts to you. So in order to avoid equivocation, I'm going to read his keynote address so that my opinions will not taint his administrative genius as far as regulatory intervention in the Nigerian digital economy is concerned. And I read, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you today on a topic of paramount importance: global AI regulation, the role of Africa and Global South. As we stand at the precipice of a new technological era, one driven by artificial intelligence, we must consider not just the immense potential of these technologies, but also our responsibility in shaping their development and deployment. Artificial intelligence is not just another technology. It is a paradigm shift that promises to reshape every aspect of our lives, from healthcare, education, all the way to agriculture and even governance itself. The transformative power of artificial intelligence offers unparalleled opportunities for growth, innovation, problem solving. However, it also presents a unique challenge that requires careful consideration and proactive measures. As we witness the rapid deployment of AI technologies primarily in the global north, it is crucial that we, the nations of Africa and the global south, assert our place in this evolving landscape. Our participation is not just beneficial, it is essential for ensuring that AI serves the interests of all humanities, not just the privileged few in advanced countries. The regulatory landscape for AI is still in its infancy. While nations like the United States, China, and the European Union are making strides in developing AI governance framework, these efforts often reflect their specific context and priorities. However, AI's impact will be global. It is already global, and its regulation must be global as well. As with most powerful technologies, AI presents both opportunities and challenges. Issues of data privacy, algorithmic bias, job displacement, and geopolitical competition have underscored the need for a clear, fair, and inclusive regulatory regime. At the heart of this regulatory discussion must be the voices of the Global South, particularly Africa. Our participation ensures that AI regulations consider diverse cultural, economic, and social contexts. The challenges and opportunities presented by AI in Lagos, Nairobi, or Johannesburg may differ significantly from those in the Silicon Valley or even Schengen. AI technologies must be designed and regulated in ways that reflect diversity of the world, not just the interest of a few technologically advanced nations. Africa and the Global South must advocate for inclusivity in global AI governance, ensuring that our unique contexts and challenges, such as infrastructure gaps, education system, and social values are considered. We must champion AI systems that are culturally adaptive and contextually aware. One of the most pressing concerns in AI is algorithmic bias. As AI systems increasingly influence critical decisions from job placement to credit approvals and even law enforcement, it is imperative that these systems are fair. The Global South must be part of global discussions to ensure that AI does not exacerbate existing inequalities, and we must collaborate to set ethical standards that prioritize fairness and transparency in AI decision-making. For Africa to play an active role in AI regulation, we must invest in building local capacity. This includes fostering AI talent, supporting research and development, and encouraging homegrown innovations. AI should be seen not just as a foreign import, but also as an area where we can develop indigenous solutions tailored to our unique needs, whether in agriculture, healthcare, or education. This will allow us to participate meaningfully in the development of global AI standards that will enhance cross-border data flow as well as foster innovation. Furthermore, many African nations and the Global South still grapple with limited digital infrastructure, regulatory frameworks, and financial resources to fully exploit the potentials of AI. However, these challenges present an opportunity for collaboration. As nations of the Global South, we must form strategic alliances to amplify our collective voice in global AI governance. Through organizations like the African Union, which, by the way, has developed a roadmap for AI, and I recently saw a study on how AI affects human rights and access in Africa. With global AI bodies, we can advocate for policies that are not only responsive to our needs, but also protect our sovereignty. As DG of NIDA, not me, my DG, I am proud to highlight the pivotal role NIDA has played in driving Nigeria's AI revolution. One of our key achievements has been the development of a national AI strategy and establishment of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, both aimed at fostering research and development in AI. A major milestone in our AI journey was the recent National AI Strategy Workshop, which brought together over 120 experts from various sectors, both locally and globally, to collaborate on creating a comprehensive roadmap for integrating AI across Nigeria's economy and society. This co-creative effort underlined NIDA's commitment to building an inclusive AI ecosystem with guidance from the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani. This workshop, which I have mentioned, facilitated knowledge sharing, sparked innovative discussion, and fostered strategic partnership to ensure our AI strategy aligns with the national development goals. NIDA's vision is to lead in harnessing the transformative power of AI by promoting responsible, ethical, and inclusive innovation. We are dedicated to advancing sustainable development through investment in research and development, infrastructure, sectoral adoption, and the development of a robust AI governance framework. These efforts are designed to guide the responsible deployment and use of AI technologies. Among the initiatives spearheaded by the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics is the Nigerian AI Collective, a community of practice that brings together stakeholders like the Luminate Group, Lagos Business School, Data Science Nigeria, and the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development in Africa to accelerate AI adoption. Additionally, the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics has partners with 21st Century Technology and Galactic Backbone to launch the Nigerian Computing Infrastructure Pilot, aimed at enhancing national computing capacity and accelerating the development of AI projects of national interest to Nigeria. Furthermore, our groundbreaking collaboration with Awari Tech and Data.org has resulted in the creation of Nigeria's first multilingual large language model, trained on 5 low-resource languages and accented English, which is set to enhance AI solutions for diverse linguistic communities across Nigeria. Our strategic partnership with Cisco aims to deepen AI research, empower local talent, and promote AI-driven solutions across various sectors, including the government. These initiatives are designed to foster a thriving AI ecosystem and reflect NIDA's unwavering commitment to innovation. In terms of capacity building, NIDA, through the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, has invested in multiple training programs, such as the AI Scholar Program, targeting government officials, students, entrepreneurs, and professionals to bridge AI skill gap. Our focus is on equipping participants with skills to deploy, develop, and manage AI solutions. The Nigerian Artificial Intelligence Research Grant, backed by the Federal Ministry of Communications and Innovation and Digital Economy, complements these efforts by providing research finance for startups and researchers across sectors like agriculture, finance, healthcare, and education. This initiative is part of the ministry's strategy to position Nigeria among the top global leaders in AI and other fourth industrial revolution technologies. NIDA also recognizes the importance of higher education in advancing AI research and development by fostering industry-academia partnerships, developing AI curricula, and supporting research funding. We are laying groundwork for a future where AI innovation drives Nigeria's socio-economic growth. These achievements are a testament to our commitment to transforming Nigeria into a leader in AI research and application, ensuring that the benefits of AI are harnessed for national development. Ladies and gentlemen, while Africa and the Global South may not currently be at the forefront of AI innovation, we have a critical role to play in shaping its regulatory future. The path ahead calls for deep collaboration between governments, private sector, civil society, and international associations. The global AI regulations landscape cannot be complete without the active participation of Africa and the Global South. We bring to the table unique perspectives, challenges, and opportunities that can enrich global AI governance and frameworks. By ensuring our voices are heard and our priorities are reflected, we can create a future where AI serves the common good, promotes equity, and fosters sustainable development for all. Together, we can shape an AI-driven world that is inclusive, ethical, and beneficial. Thank you very much. I can see my time is up. I hope that prompt is not controlled by AI.
You'll be surprised. I mean, we're living in the world of AI. Thank you so very much, sir. I'll just want you to stand here for a while in the middle of the center. Please, can CEO come up, and then we have any member of the governing council or whoever it is he has directed us to tell to come up to just quickly have this snapshot. I want to announce that, please, if you're part of the vendors or the technicals team, please kindly put on your tags so that we can identify you. And then please be mindful of your personal items as well. I understand that we're looking for a Blackview Phone 5 Pro before the event. It didn't happen as the case might be. So in case you've seen it, please just call my attention or any of my assistants, and that is in the person of Cyprian or Daniel. I would like to also remind you that there is an experience room that is still on ground so that you can experience what AI is obviously about. And then we have the game room where you can also experience virtual reality. So you want to take an advantage of all of that. And I have with me here a gold ring. It looks like they said if you scratch it 3 times, the genie will come out. I don't want to scratch it. So please, the owner of this ring should please kindly come and see me. Thank you, gentlemen. And I don't want to put the ring in my finger. Perhaps one will disappear. So please, the owner of this ring, whoever you are, just kindly come so that we can hand your property over to you. I want to say a big thank you to all of our partners and sponsors that have made this a huge success. And please let me quickly announce that by 11 a.m., which is about any moment from the next 45 minutes, we are starting up the Investors and Startups Forum, and it's going to be upstairs in room 2B. So please be aware. And I'm going to make some other announcement with regards to the certificates that was actually aired at the end of the raffle draw yesterday. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to quickly invite the moderator for this panel, which the CEO himself has actually helped in terms of setting the tempo, and that is the person of Madam Oremeyi Aka. Please, can you put your hands together? She is the Chief Customer Experience Officer of InterSwitch, and we always see ourselves in different events. She's a woman who is full of life. The smiles are very genuine. At the moment, I thought it was AI influenced, but I know, no, that one came from her mother. Please, you want to have a seat? And then I would like to also invite to join her the person of Madam Bola Adesina, the Director, Bola Adesina Consulting. This is fantastic. I want to believe this is not going to be a women affair. Regardless of the fact that FinTech has opened up that space, we've talked about diversity, equity, and inclusivity. We realize that we have some men on this panel so that we can have the gender balance. You know, when you deal with protons and electrons in the atom space, you must have that balance, as the case might be. You're welcome, madam. And then we would like to invite to join them on the panel the person of Adetoyese. I hope he's around or she's around.
Thank
Is it he? Okay, so is the person here, director? Oh, online. Forgive me.
Yes.
Sorry very much. When I saw your name repeated twice, I was wondering what was going on. Please, can you confirm if you're a real human being, sir? Can you say hello?
It is Adito. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you know when you are filling in the form, they will say, tick if you know you are not a robot. His voice has actually ticked that box. Thank you very much, sir. And then to join them on the panel, Leila Okike, the Chief Commercial Officer Africa for Trade Route, is going to be joining them on the panel. That is the third one. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please, I was almost getting confused. We have a man, but he's always online. So I think my mind is at peace now. All right, but then again, we have the managing director of Simon Samkopa Partners, in the person of Ikem Isiakwena, is in the house. Oh, fantastic. He's a man amongst women. And he's a lawyer for that matter. Okay? Well, you must realize that the moderator is female. They are taking the lead in that regard. Thank you so very much. And perhaps may I ask that, just a moment, may I ask you to sit beside the moderator? Madam, can you come this way?
Okay.
You move one step here. You move one step there. Okay. Moderator, you stay there. Okay. I don't know. What I want to do is that, madam, you stay here. Forgive me, because I have to favor the man amongst you. And then he stays there. Sir, this is mathematics that shows 1 is equals to 3 and 3 is 1. They are all equal. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our panel ready. And then this panel is going to roll off for the next 40 minutes plus or minus. Of course, Remy, you know how we do this. You look at me, I will go there, and then the question and answer and all that. Don't forget our real human delegate up there. Sorry, pardon me. Panelist up there who is online. And I'm handing over to you. You can use your mic, and they are there.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to confirm you can hear me. All right, thank you so much, and thank you for coming out early and, participating in our panel. So I'd like to thank you for joining us on the Nigerian FinTech Week. We are saddled this morning to discuss a buzzing and highly relevant topic, looking at the evolution of AI and its governance in Africa and the global south. As our keynote speaker said, and it's very true, the global north has dominated in the conversation of regulation as concerns AI. But we believe it is time for Africa and the global south to take its place at the table, to drive the conversation with relevance to our own local context and realities. I'm a big fan of Africa. Clearly, I'm African. But I believe that it will take Africans to solve African problems. I believe Africa is too big to be silent. And so what we are saying is, at this time, for such a relevant and edge-cutting technology, we cannot be silent as concerns regulation. Furthermore, we must be deliberate to make sure that the regulation shapes this technology so it delivers solutions that are relevant and positions Africa and the global south to take its place even as we forge ahead. Africa is home to the highest concentration of workforce now and projected into the future. So definitely, we cannot just sit as recipients of however tangent or angle the technology goes. We must be relevantly driving and participate in the conversation. So that's what we are going to be speaking about today. So we have already introduced my speakers, so I'm not going to bother introducing our speakers again. That's already been done. I would like to acknowledge our speaker online, Mr. Toye. Say, you can hear me, right? Toye, you can hear us?
Very clear. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Oremi.
Awesome. And we confirm we can hear you as well. I just want all the speakers to check that their mics are on and working so we can, that's yours. So we can go right into the questions. We don't have a lot of time. So I'd like to start with, I'd like to again welcome everyone here. And Bola, I'm going to be starting with you because ladies first. What do you think? So I'd like to say, Bola, based on your experience, how will you access the current global regulatory landscape for AI globally, and where do you think Africa and the global south fits in on the broader context?
Thank you, Oreme, and thank you, everyone. It's lovely to be here in Lagos. So I arrived about a week and a half ago, and it's been lovely. The weather is beautiful. And I think in terms of AI regulation, AI itself, if we start from the basics, I think the world is still grappling with this new technology, which is an amazing opportunity for Nigeria, for Africa, because for me, it's maybe the first time even that you could say that there's a kind of like level playing field. We're all starting from the same point. Okay, the West maybe have the funds, the resources, and so on and so forth. But I think now it's an amazing time in Africa's history to actually make itself known and to be a front runner in terms of AI technology. We're all starting from the same starting point. But in terms of Africa and the global south, I think the most important thing is actually where and how we position ourselves. Are we being invited to those discussions globally? I know we have technology companies like, the big techs like Microsoft, like Google, OpenAI, and so on and so forth. When they're having the discussions around the table, are we a part of that? Is the African Union a part of that? Is Nigeria a part of that? So it's important that we position ourselves and we're around the table. If we're not currently invited, we include ourselves.
Nice.
Exclusion is a thing. And from a lot of, I've been having conversations around AI for about 2 years. I've been attending conferences, speaking at conferences on AI ethics and governance in particular. And when I'm having those discussions during networking and I'm listening on those stages, the concept of AI, the aspects and elements of it is very Western led. And you think, is anyone actually broaching the question on Africa?
On Africa.
And I haven't in the Western world. I don't see that, I don't hear it. A lot of the research that has been done, Africa has been left out. So we have to form our narrative around AI. We have to form a narrative around the regulatory landscape, the regulation, not just from governments, but institutions as well, and international communities like the UN, the OECD, and so on and so forth. And I think we are there, we're nearly there, and I think events like this across Nigeria, across countries around Africa, will help us and position us to be with the big players and hopefully be a front runner. If India can lead technology advancements and so on and so forth, right? Nigeria can lead AI. We've got the intelligence, we've got the people, we've got the talent. But retaining talent is another thing. But in terms of regulatory stuff, everyone is still grappling with it. But I would expect our regulatory bodies to collaborate and co-create. Maybe there would be an African Union Act, like the EU AI Act, what it means for us, our narrative, our story, and how we can actually start to look at our cultures, our heritage, and how AI will actually position us on that global stage.
Thank you so much, Bola. Thank you. I mean, you mentioned some very key points. You said clearly nobody's debating the fact that the Global North has led this, and so the African context has not been brought in. But we have the people. We have the minds. We have the relevance. We can actually, you said, if we are not invited to the conversations, we should bring ourselves to those conversations. I love that. You mentioned the need for collaboration, and I keep saying, Africa is not a country. Africa is a continent, 52 countries, right? But we must never see ourselves as competing against each other. This is a time to unite. This is the time to drive the conversation in collaboration. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that is a very solid analysis of the landscape. I'll go to the next question now, and I'm going to take this to you, Leila. And the question is now, given the development or the dominance of AI development in regions like North America and Europe, which we've established, what unique regulatory perspectives or contributions can Africa and the global South bring? Like we said, like Bola said, we must bring ourselves to the conversation. What unique value can we actually bring? Based on your experience, your job takes you all around Africa. We believe that you are in the best position to answer this. Please, can you help us, Leila?
Thank you. That's a very good question, though. Well, from my experience around this African continent, like you said, we are sitting with quite a few countries. And what comes to mind is more around the inclusivity around AI development, firstly. You would look at your whole ethical considerations and the use of AI ethically. And then also, the whole data protection and data security and data ownership. So, given our continent and our diverse countries, I think that at this point in time, with contributing around those three aspects, you would probably find that if we stand united on this African continent, we would very much be able to can leapfrog around AI adoption globally.
Awesome.
To the extent where we as Africans do not have any legacy technological innovation as such. But it makes it easier for us to can have the adoption, given that there's human development, given our social, economic norms. So with regulatory policy and the contributions around that, I think that it is actually fundamental that an imperative that the African Union, put together an AI task force that will be able to can drive these policy mechanisms with experts, with policymakers, with institutions, with fintechs in Africa, so that the leapfrogging of Africa with regards to AI technology and the adoption thereof can now start bereading themselves to can actually challenge the global stage, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I like that when you mentioned that we can actually leapfrog, and that's an advantage. If you look at a lot of areas where Africa is leading, for example, in the payment space, because we didn't have a lot of legacy, we were able to leapfrog. I mean, I know that leapfrog has been overused in some contexts, but actually quite relevant here. The fact that we don't have a lot of legacy systems, so Africa can actually think and create systems that will lead, because we don't have the burden of, trying to, manage legacy systems. I think that's very relevant. You mentioned collaboration again. Collaboration, and I'm thinking, we are sitting here in Nigerian Fintech Association having this conversation. We should be having this conversation will be going on in the Ghana Fintech Association, in the South African Fintech Association, Kenya, Uganda. Then imagine the power of coming together to have that conversation. I think that's really, really critical. So those are things that we are hoping will be birthed from this conference and going forward. Toye, we are coming to you now, and I'd like to ask, based on your experience, how do you think African governments can collaborate to develop a unified and aligned regulatory framework that can stand on the global stage? So in line with all the things we've said, we should do it, fantastic. How do you think the African governments, associations, and corporates can collaborate to develop a unified and aligned AI regulatory framework that will stand on the global stage? Toye, please share your views. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, again. Bola's made very interesting points on the importance of collaboration in this discussion. And I think Okiki also touched on very important element of legacy systems and where we are currently, and the opportunity to leverage those inavailability of those legacy systems and build something from afresh or something from scratch. Now, there are a few lessons which we can learn. It's a level playing field. Everybody, whilst AI is not new, it's well over 70-year-old technology. But it's new, the new element, which is the user interface, which has been added to AI, thanks to OpenAI and the likes, has brought it, let's say, 10 years 10 years backwards, in the sense that what could have happened in the next 10 years has been brought back into 2023, 2024. And what has the opportunity that has given us in that space is for us to look at it from that solution point of view. What does that mean? So OpenAI, for example, it's not a government organization. It is a private entity as of today. And same with the other players in it. Can we as African look at opportunities with artificial intelligence as it is? Firstly, it is an opportunity for businesses. It is an opportunity on the private side. Now, one key element also is, do we have those AI-related policies in place? So things like data protection, things like ethics, things like human rights, do we have them in place to the level that we are able to enforce them? There are huge lessons to learn about the Malabo Convention, which is the data equivalent of GDPR in Africa, which was led by the African Union. If I'm correct, it took well over 7 years for that to be ratified. So you can look at the pace of things and see that it's very, very important for us to find a better, a more efficient way of collaborating, especially in setting these legacy regulations or legacy policies in place. You can imagine a world where, if we assume Africa already have put all of these, let's say, human rights, let's say, data protection in place, where it's strong or is as strong or even better than what we have here in Europe, which is the GDPR. You can imagine how that will be very, very critical, especially with protecting our data, with ensuring that AI, which is a global phenomenon and does not have any border, when being used in our domain, is being used ethically, is being used responsibly. So there are so many opportunities which we need to start now and start collaborating. I know there is there have been huge movements in terms of collaborating. I must give credit to the African Free Trade Zone. I must give credit to the African Union, to various governments across Africa in what they are trying to do. But I think it's still too little. I think there is a lot of opportunity for us to start laying that foundation very, very quickly, because there are so many dangers for us not doing that. And these dangers, they are not years ahead, they're already happening.
Thank you, Toye. Thank you so much. I like what you said about we need to move fast. That yes, the governments are doing different things, but it's not enough for the scale. We're talking of the global playing field now. And you mentioned that we need to bring, there are opportunities for us to bring use cases from the realities of our context. Show how, develop ourselves, train ourselves, and showcase value at a global level. And that will give us the right to be able to stand side by side with global frameworks and be able to bring the African context to that level. Thank you so much, Toye. And I'm going to come finally to you, our lawyer, so we are right. We have to be legally correct. Just extending this question a bit more about how African governments can collaborate. I would like to say also, in addition to what Toye said, can you also share from a legal perspective some key challenges you believe African countries currently face or will definitely face in creating and enforcing, effective AI regulations,
especially in the face of our disparate frameworks, governments, technology and policies, just the fragmented landscape of Africa. From a legal perspective and from your experience, please can you share your perspectives? Thank you.
Thank you, Remy, and good morning, everyone.
Hello.
So I would like to start with the idea of moving fast. I think that's somewhat fascinating, and I'll tell a story. I think we should put the horse before the cart.
Okay.
There's a phenomenon called the clever hands riddle, which is very interesting in the AI perspective. So let's journey back to like the early 1900s. You had this horse in Germany that was the most fascinating spectacle seen in those times. And what could this horse do? This horse could solve mathematical problems, your basic multiplication, and some more complex equations. And so it brought the idea that animals could actually mimic human intelligence. And as you can imagine, Hans went on a tour just around German cities and was a subject of interest for academia, for government, for regulation. And it turned out that Hans was actually just a horse who would, tap its hoof in response to cues given by the questions or the questionnaire. And so that's pretty much what AI is. And if we're looking at it, so the concept that the global north has gotten it is not necessarily accurate.
Yes.
They are still learning because AI mimics the biases of the input and data that it gets. And so you can imagine the world of, how security, the resources that are even used to extract the energy that powers AI. Imagine the huge data centers where these things are being processed. We're talking about, being more energy efficient. We're talking about going green. But nobody ever interrogates what it takes to power those data centers, the massive amount of lithium being extracted, and what it has for the environment and what that could mean in 50, 100 years from now. So those are matters that still need interrogation on that general global level, but maybe it's a little more precarious for us in the global south and in Africa particularly, because we'd also suffer the small matter of the intelligence trap. So you can imagine where our context, our stories, our narratives will not feature in the data that is driving AI. So the results you would get would be completely foreign, and we could even have, a second stage or second level of colonialism in that sense. So these are just generic things to think about when you now come down to regulation. So as far as regulation is concerned, obviously you identified the fact of just our fragmented legal systems. We in Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, we mirror what is a commonwealth or a common law system. Then the Francophone countries would mirror a civil law system. So there are intricate differences between those two systems, and those would have to feature in how you think about regulating or making legal frameworks for AI. Then there are also pertinent questions. There's obviously what's emerging as the interface between data protection, competition law, and actually consumer protection. Recently, everyone must have seen how big tech is confronting significant antitrust questions. Because the models that existed, if we go back to Adam Smith's definition of classical economics, the factors of production, as you know, will be land, capital, labor, but data is emerging as a factor of production. And so for us in Nigeria, we have a little thing in our constitution. Our constitution is what is like our guiding framework. If you look at section 16 of the document, it basically, provides that our system of government will be to ensure that there isn't concentration of the means of production in a few hands. So that's a very pro-competitive directive that the state is setting. Now, how does this play out for AI? How does this play out where, obviously, as we've identified, the global north is the source point for this data aggregation, and we'll end up as just importers who will use this as a tool on our desks to, just enhance our operational efficiency. So what this calls for is we need to go beyond the current efforts that I think the AU has come up with. There's a recently issued continental strategy on AI issued by the African Union as early as August of 2024. It calls for collaboration, it calls for all those nice fancy words that we like to speak about at conferences like this. But really, the action will be how effectively can we draft language that will capture our context, take the best of what the global north is already producing. For instance, the GDPR. Nigeria did a very good job of enacting the NDPR in 2019, and also the Nigeria Data Protection Act last year. That takes most of what would be consent requirements, legitimacy, and all that consideration into account in our data protection regime. So most other African countries will need to do this because there's a great aggregation of data that is happening. Whether you like it or not, you're being profiled for advertisement. Everything that you do while you're on your WhatsApp platform, you're on Facebook, is being profiled. I mean, facial recognition and all that it portends for AI and security are things that, from a regulatory perspective, Africa will need to protect how we draft our laws, how we implement those laws, and how we protect our citizenry. But that's on the one side. On the second side, from a purely developmental standpoint, I'd just like to piggyback on the fact that there's obviously an opportunity for leapfrogging and using AI to sort of fuel our infrastructure gaps, social services deficits in education, in health infrastructure, and in other areas, if we are as nuanced as we need to be, contextualize our local experiences to ensure that not just our laws, our policies, are pro-people, not necessarily commercially exploitative as the current paradigm is. So there needs to be that people orientation in how these laws are made. You find that the EU does, I think, the best job of protecting her people. They've already had an AI Act implemented that will start in 2026. China, on the other hand, is pursuing a very aggressive agenda of pushing AI as an infrastructure for growth, a tool for growth, while the US is taking a more sectoral-based approach and very commercial approach. But I think what Africa needs, what Nigeria needs, will be a mixture of these three sort of inclinations, but with people at the center. We need to train more people. I'm sure there are very few lawyers who will even understand the economics of analyzing how data affects, how data is a factor of production, for instance. Then the regulators also need to be as sophisticated as, the global corporations with, these massive resources that they seek to regulate. So those, I think, are the main points to think about. And hopefully we can escape this clever hands trap and, make AI, really beneficial for African people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ikem. When a lawyer speaks, that's why they call them learned fellows. Because he has taken, you've done a fantastic job, and I'm happy I came to you last. Because you took all our points and you just, spread out into so many places. So you started talking about ethics. You talked about, are people even skilled to understand how this affects regulation? So that is manpower and capability development. You spoke about the fact that, I mean, I love the story of Hans. You know, I wish I saw Hans. Don't Google it. You know, about the horse and how Hans was an amazing phenomenon. But the truth is, it was just the horse that was repeating. So nobody has figured this thing out. And it's left to us not to allow our context to be defined by data that is outside our context. Else, it could lead to what you said, another form of colonialism, which is definitely not the way we want to go. So, I mean, I think from the response you gave, which kind of wrapped up a lot of the things we said, it clearly opens up these AI conversations to a lot more conversations. So this is definitely not the end of this. But because we are limited in time, Bola, I'll come to you with what I'll call a wrap-up of, we have a lot more questions we wanted to go through, but because of time, but I'd like to just, just give us your unique perspective on data sovereignty, which is what you spoke about that. Now, AI cannot ride on data that's not complete, not coherent, and it's not put together, right? So data sovereignty is a critical issue for AI development. So finally, I'll say, how can African countries ensure that local data is not just protected, but it's well organized to drive innovation? Data protection is critical, but even that it's regulated enough to be organized, available, what efforts can we put in? Please, your perspectives are very well appreciated. Sorry, before you speak, questions are coming up right after this. I believe the audience, you can ask questions. Just start to prepare your questions. We'll take a few. Thank you, Bola.
Thanks. In terms of where we are with data, data underpins, as we know, data underpins everything we do. Any organization, any sector, any geography, data underpins everything. Even in the UK, data is a thing. We now have data scientists and, trying to get a view of what the data landscape is within organizations, within sectors, within industries. So inherently, we would have the same issues with data. I've seen firsthand issues with data, going to the bank to open my bank account, which I'm still waiting for to be opened. So we know we have these challenges. We know we have digital challenges. And for AI to be able to operate in a way that is fit for purpose, it relies heavily on data. Not just workplace data, not just data in our systems, in legacy systems, in ERP systems, in HR systems, and so on and so forth, but also individual data. And as individuals, collectively, how are we actually contributing to training AI and using our data, our narrative, to train AI? So for example, sometimes when I'm using ChatGPT, I don't know whether some of you use ChatGPT, I use it in Yoruba just to test, because I want to see whether my culture, my heritage is represented, right? My narrative is within AI, and then it responds back in AI. I had a conversation with with Roger, who came on behalf of OpenAI a few days ago, and I said, when I'm recording using AI, it doesn't record in Yoruba. I think he said, yeah, it's coming, but you can actually do something else to be able to capture different languages. I would want different Nigerian languages captured. Pidgin English being at the forefront of how we use our narrative in using AI, because that's the common language across all the tribes and all the ethnicities within the country. It's something that I'm really passionate about, and it's something that my consultancy actually looks at in terms of that AI ethics and the governance of AI itself. So when we're talking about AI in Nigeria, how are we actually bringing people together? What does that governance structure look like? What does the framework look like? Are we going to do it across tribal zones? Are we going to do it across sectors, across diversity dimensions? So it's not just gender. There's social class, there's age, there's family, there's carers, there's physical disability. How are we going to make sure that no one is left out and every voice is represented? And that's the data that we need to start working on now. We need to get the basics right. We need to get the foundations right. We know ourselves what our challenges are, and we've been working on those challenges in silos. But I think it's time that we came together and actually start looking at how we can co-create infrastructure, digital infrastructure that cuts across all of these sectors and financial institutions and fintech and government institutions, so that once data is captured once, it can be used many times. And that data source is a true source of data of which AI can plug into to make it fit for purpose.
Awesome. I love the context, you brought when you talked of using ChatGPT in Yoruba. I'm going to try that. And it's so real, right? I liked when you said our different local contexts. We need to start building those data sources. People are, so instead of just sitting and waiting to be recipients, we should actually start to build the right input that AI can plug into, because it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So if we can organize the data for our local context right, it can be that source that AI can plug into that will give us solutions that are relevant to us. We'll stop, the panel's not over, we're short of time. We're going to take questions. We have questions from the audience. If you have questions you want to ask, okay, we have a hand there. Please, okay, we have 4 hands. Awesome. Can ushers help us? If you keep your hand up.
The ushers are there. How many should we take? Don't forget, if you have online questions as well, please let us have them.
Okay, so we'll try to take 3. The timer is right in our face. So, Usher, let's take a question very quickly. Thank you. Should we take maybe can you ask let 4 or 5 people ask their questions? We'll be able to bundle them and respond more accurately. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Deborah Osage from Stanbic IBTC, and my question is to the gentleman. You spoke about how that I think Africa came up with a continental strategy, or was it Nigeria, this August 2024, and how you said that within it there were a lot of nice words, the ideal words that you hear even in conferences like this. But really, I would like to know on a personal level, and even for somebody who is young like myself and have a group of friends who are interested in accelerating growth in Nigeria, in technologies like AI and the likes, how can we on a granular level, on an individual level, actually begin to push forward these things that you were talking about?
Next question, please, quickly. Please, let's make our questions brief.
All right.
David Taiwo here, New Eden World CEO. So I have a question concerning AI. With the evolving world of AI, how do the law or the regulations evolve in such a fast pace, especially in countries like Africa? You understand? Because we can look at AI like last year and this year, there's a lot of evolution within AI. So how do the regulations keep up with such?
All right, thanks. Next question quickly. Let's have here. Where are my ushers? Please, let's do that quickly, please. All right, we might have one more. Okay.
We have a hand here. We had one. So can we take the question here, then we'll take those 2, and then we'll bundle the response to make that effective. Can an usher come here? Is there only one? Okay. All right. Does someone have the microphone already? Go ahead while we move the microphone this way. All right. So this way, please. There's a hand here.
Go ahead, quickly. Go ahead.
My name is Kunami.
Speak into the mic, please.
Please speak into the microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Kunami Semin, a recent
We can't
law
see
graduate.
you. Oh,
Hello.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. I am Kunami Semin, a recent law graduate, and my question is directed to the lawyer in the panel. Okay, so
Don't start with okay. Just go straight to the question.
With the fast rising evolution of artificial intelligence, how can Nigerian laws protect Nigerians from undue commercialization of data?
Thank you. Undue commercialization of data. Lady, quickly, your name, straight up.
Good morning. My name is Adachukwu Ejiofor. So I have 2 questions. The first one regarding how do we ensure that the data we're using to build like these large language models and the rest in Africa, they're correct. Because I think since the first day of this conference, one thing we've spoken about is data correctness, to ensure that, because we see even within the Nigerian context, there are issues of data gathering, and if we wanted to build something that has to do with our history, for instance, how do we ensure that the data is correct? Then secondly, my second question has to do with how do we spark the conversation? So for context, the other countries and continents that we've mentioned, we've had people like, I think, Steve Intalia, who through his constant applications for the recognition of Davos as a creator in AI, he filed in South Africa, filed in the UK, filed in the US. So how then do we encourage this amongst our creators so we could have more conversation?
Thank you. Let's have the last, I believe, here.
Thank you so much for that.
Good morning.
Speaking to the mic.
Buffer Sally, Veta Technologies USA. What are the key considerations and challenges in developing legal framework for AI in finance? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
All right, Remy, if we can wrap up in 5 minutes more or less. Thanks.
So we have about three questions directly at legal conversations, so we'll come to that last. Please, we would like to go to Toye. Toye, can you speak about, someone asked, how can we encourage creators? Toye, we're coming to you. Can you just give us your perspective on that? Leila, you will help us speak to the fact about how can we ensure the data that we are building on is correct, and how can we drive and encourage the correctness of data collection to be a solid foundation for AI models. We are all rushing. All right, Toye, over to you. How can we encourage creators in our local context? Toye, you're there, right?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. So, firstly, there are grassroots organizations across Africa that are doing great things. Masankane in East Africa, I think, or South Africa. In Ghana, we have Ghana NLP. We have Saturday Club, AI Saturday Clubs in Nigeria, Data Science Africa, Data Science Nigeria, and so on and so forth. So there are lots of initiatives springing up with artificial intelligence trainings, understanding, and knowledge. And I know there is AI in Nigeria also in that space. The first thing is educating ourselves. And what does that mean? There are so many opportunities out there. If you just Google AI education, there are so many courses that are for free that can be done, either from OpenAI, from Google, and so on and so forth. I think that is the starting point. And that alone itself gives the opportunity to train ourselves, reskill ourselves in this new world, to have that understanding on how it can be applied. Another good opportunity is one of the elements which Dr. Kashiru mentioned earlier on. I would actually love to see specific and targeted use cases across Africa. Take, for example, customer service in banking as an example. You can collaborate with huge amount of banks across Africa to do this and be the leader in this. Just one use case, just one element of it, and be an expert in it. A good idea of how this works is when, take for example, Uber wants to go to any country. They first want to see, do you have any competitor in that country that is doing very well that will be a challenge to them? And they will want to see, should we buy them? Should we join them? Should we fund a game with them? But if there is nothing, you see them putting in their own infrastructure from scratch. So I think the first step is individual. The second step is collaboration with the government on one particular use case and being a leader in that. And I'll just stop there to give room. Thank you.
Toye. Okay, Leila, can you help us? How can we ensure data collection and all we are able to do that right?
That's actually a very good question. So, initially speaking, first and foremost, you need to see that it starts with the human development element. You can have technology, but if the human development element around adoption of technology is not in place, and there's a lack of technology infrastructure, you would have inaccuracy of data. In order to solidify that and have data accuracy with the right tech in place and the human development element being on par, you'd be able to operate the technology that would now streamline, where you'll be able to ensure that the data that's being put into the system is accurate and correct. You need to have advanced systems around AI technology with the correct policies and the regulation, essentially, that will be able to can guide that data. Because it's not only about the accuracy of data, you need to look around the protection of data. And quite rightly so, like my colleague said next to me, the laws around the different countries that are still operating in silos, like Toyo has also said, plays a very pertinent role, essentially. So in order to break that silos, there is a whole chain or value chain around not only data accuracy, but the data protection. There's technology that needs to be in place that has to be advanced. And then obviously, like I said, to wrap up, your human development element, I can't stress that enough. Adoption around technology is key.
Awesome. Thank you. And we're going to wrap up with Ikem. Ikem, so you heard the questions. How can we push for participation in regulation? How can the law evolve at the right pace? Because technology is evolving so fast. How can the law catch up? What are the key considerations for legal development in Nigeria and Africa to support this framework of AI development? Ikem, help us wrap up with response.
Those are serious, like, jam questions. So to start with, I think what's relevant in this conversation is not to start from a place of apprehension, but to embrace this technology. And the key word is how do we sort of leapfrog some of these things that are deficiencies. And obviously, one of it would be that our laws most times are imported almost wholesale, so there would need to be a thinking around localizing, contextualizing these laws. So it's not enough for us to go grab the AI Act in the EU and text for text repeat the same for Nigeria or for Africa, because it's not going to work. Our contexts are materially different, especially with regard to AI. So it's okay to do so with the GDPR for data protection, but it's scarcely okay to do so with AI, because obviously, as identified, there will be an intelligence trap if we do not think about our own context in a very, very unique way. And so what do we need to do? We need for our regulations to promote economic activities and organizational activities in AI. So there's a need to curate data. There's a need to organize data, mark data properly. And so regulation can actually foster an economic climate that incentivizes those who do so. Recently, I think if anyone has followed the news, Singapore has the highest investment in just building data centers.
Awesome.
So the NVIDIA hubs, the NVIDIA devices that you're seeing and chips, most of them are going to Singapore. It's a massive investment in just amassing data, ensuring that Singapore can have that sort of play and outlook it wants in 10 years, in a decade and more. And so when we are having our thinking of our fiscal agenda, what do we spend on? We know that if we spend $1 or a cent today to develop AI, it would possibly improve our educational outcomes, our health infrastructure outcomes. So the government needs to have a rethink about what its spending priorities are. So we can't depend on imported data, outside data. It must have context.
Awesome.
So regulations, policies, the law must promote this. Then there's the other side of, what law should do to ensure that AI, maintains a sort of ethical standard. It's responsible. It's also deployed in a responsible way. And I think most of all, it also has to be adaptive in the sense that I think one of the questions was ChatGPT 4 has different models now. You come back a week after and you see new iteration. And so if you have a law that is stuck last year, you can imagine from GPT-2 to 4. So those things, the adaptive nature of how our laws are, and ensuring that, just this last point, that we have what we call, in lawmaking, we have what we call subsidiary legislation, which is smaller laws that do not need to go to the National Assembly. Now, those smaller regulations can actually stand in the gap to ensure that, we keep up with the pace of development, maybe annually or, biannually, to ensure that regulations actually match the development in the space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to end there a bit abruptly before we get thrown off the stage. But I really want to thank the audience for the engagement. I believe we've done a good foundational conversation here. Clearly, the conversation can't end here. AI is a massive, massive topic, and there's so many ways we can dimension this. But I'd like to say thank you to my panelists. Thank you for engaging. Toye, thank you. We felt you. Even though you were not in the room, you were in the room. And let's just take a picture, Let's wrap it
Absolutely. Up. Thank you very much, Remy. I've always enjoyed your moderating sections. You understand how this game is played. Please, can you come to the front? And I would like to invite the COO to please join them. And Leila, as a matter of fact, she came all the way from South Africa, Chief Commercial Officer, Africa Trade Route. We want to say a big thank you, Leila, for the time you took in. And please make sure you have a sample of Amala, or just do with the one you know. And then that one is going to be a good experience when you get back again. Thank you so very much. That's from South Africa. And I want to say a big, great thank you to the MD and Simmons Cooper Partners, Inkem Isekwena. Fantastic presentation. And then we need to be able to say a big thank you also to Madam Bola Additional, Director of Bola Additional Consulting. Madam Bola, I think this Yoruba ChatGPT thing has given us an idea. We should be able to look at the Calabari version, as well as the Igbo version as other ones. Why don't we create some of this content for us? For me, it's kind of a big deal. Of course, Toye, thank you so very much. And Oromei, as always, thank you very much. As you go take your seats, please put your hands together for them. Well, as it is, I'm excited because yesterday we had such a very jam-packed session. And just like I've recommended to the organizers, for us to be able to see how we can expand this kind of event to about 4 days, 5 days, because the content is rich. We know so many of you have questions you want to ask, but because of time constraint, we might not be able to take all of that. But please still indicate those questions, and we're going to send it to the Secretariat, and those answers are going to be communicated across to you, perhaps in the report, post-event report that we have. All of that will be encapsulated in that. And I want to quickly announce one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please be mindful of your personal items. And also, this is the opportunity to interact, get to meet all the people you need to meet. This is part of the essence of having a forum of this nature so that we can all network, whether they are the MDs, CEOs, or directors. This is a great opportunity as long as you do it respectfully so that we can build the relationship. Who knows, we might be talking or speaking to the next big tech individual in the house. I was excited with the student who won the phone yesterday, so the raffle draw continues today. Make sure you participate, all right? But if you've won before in anything, you don't qualify, all right? And but with the kind permission of the CEO, I will whisper to him later if me, myself, too, will qualify for it. Okay, fuel is now 1,000 per liter. By the time you do zoom, we have to start looking at camels or bicycle. But nevertheless, perhaps data might save us. Who knows? And let's see how exactly it goes. Because I remember it was Nkem who mentioned that data is now considered a factor of production. And I think that is very, very key. At this point in time, I'm excited to introduce one of my very good friends. She's my madam at the top. She's a woman who I've had plenty engagement with, especially at different forums just like this. And I'm talking about the CEO of 9PSB, Madam Branca. Mara Kayat, as she comes forward to make a presentation for the next 10 minutes, I believe. Please put your hands together for her. My ushers, please, can you direct her? Make sure she uses the clicker because she's a very fantastic presenter, and we're excited about 9PSB, Payments Service Bank, and we know that is an offshoot of one of Nigeria's leading telcos, as the case is. So as she comes up, I also want to announce that the QR code is up. I'm going to do some other announcement that will help with that regard. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen, as we start up the session for Madam Branca. How are you?
This is on? Yeah. Good morning. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and industry stakeholders, and I see some of our clients as well today here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about a very important topic. And it kind of feels that what I'm going to address today will be a bit of a summary or highlight of the previous discussion that happened on the panel. So, powering Nigeria's fintech ecosystem to accelerate growth. Nigeria is at forefront of fintech revolution and reshaping how we think about finance, technology, and economy inclusion. The country has earned the global recognition as a fintech powerhouse in Africa. We all know that, and it's our collective responsibility. And I hope you will not take against me because I'm not Nigerian, but this is my 4th year in Nigeria and 4th year since we established 9 Service Bank, that is digital bank and fintech at the same. So when I'm saying it's our responsibility, I take it upon us as well. To say that it's our responsibility to ensure that this sector not only sustains its growth, but to accelerate in the way that will benefit all Nigerians. So today I will highlight areas that we must focus on to drive this growth, and I will talk a bit about infrastructure, financial inclusion, talent development, and collaboration. So over the past decade, fintechs in Nigeria has evolved from niche digital solutions to an essential pillar of economy. And with over 200 startups and significant foreign investment, fintech companies are changing the way Nigerians bank, invest, and make payments. Services like digital wallets, mobile wallets, peer-to-peer lending, and digital payments has transformed lives of millions of Nigerians. However, as the sector expands, we need to consider how to sustain this growth. And with a youthful population of tech-savvy Nigerians and a large unbanked population that I think counts, according to EFINA's last statistics, still over 28 million of adult people, we are sitting on massive opportunity. But for this sector to truly power Nigeria's economy, several challenges have to be addressed. Okay, I'm trying to move the slide. That would be, yes. Okay, so at the heart of fintech's ability to scale is digital infrastructure, and the previous panel was talking about that. Reliable internet connectivity, secured platforms, and wide mobile network coverage are essential for fintech services to reach the broadest possible audience. Even though significant strides have been made in the previous years to expand this internet penetration, we all know that gaps still remains. And we are not talking about rural areas only. We are talking about issues that we experience in Lagos as well. And but when we are talking about rural areas, many Nigerians are still unable to access basic digital services due to unreliable infrastructure. And to power fintech growth, both public and private sectors have to come together and collaborate to improve this infrastructure. I will not talk like in some of the previous engagements, we were talking also about cost, but I think first thing that comes is actually access to the infrastructure, and then we are talking about accessibility and about affordability for these people. But what is clear that is needed is investment in nationwide broadband coverage, secure payment systems, and reliable data services, and this will lay foundation for more robust fintech ecosystem. So another critical factor in powering growth is regulatory framework, and Nigeria's central bank and other regulators have taken important steps with initiatives like the regulatory sandbox to support fintech's innovations. However, we must do more to ensure the regulation strikes the right balance between encouraging fintechs to develop and protecting customers. More adaptive regulatory framework would be essential. And the question is, what would encourage further innovation? And we see it as allowing fintechs room to experiment within the control environment, while ensuring data protection, while ensuring accuracy, as it was mentioned on the previous panel. And on top of that, we are talking also about open banking policies. So even though there is significant collaboration in the market, it has to be pushed further by regulator when it comes to cooperation between fintechs, between other financial institutions, especially traditional banks, and also public sector. Then there is one of most significant opportunities for fintechs, and this is part of 9PSB mandate as well and in the core of our operations, and that's financial inclusion. Despite all the progress, we still have 26% of adult Nigerians that are financially excluded. And the percentage doesn't maybe sound that big, but that's 28 million people is more than some European countries put all together. So it counts significant market. And the unbanked and underbanked represents both a challenge and opportunity, and fintech is uniquely positioned to close this, to bridge this gap. Digital wallets, mobile money platforms, micro-lending applications, and payment solutions can offer access to financial services for Nigerians who have been traditionally underserved. And one more important thing is tailoring products to this, to make sure that we tailor proper products to this underserved segment. And that's the way how we can foster growth that not only boosts the economy of Nigeria, but also improve the lives of many Nigerians. Nigeria is home of wealth of young talents, and we know that. And it's not always direct into right direction, because we read a lot of negative news how young people of Nigeria use their amazing talent to do things that are not in line with law, to put it like that. But to power the fintech ecosystem, we must invest in developing talent further. And the future of fintech depends on next generation of innovators, coders, digital finance experts, and this means creating opportunities for trainings, for mentoring, and practical experience. We must establish more fintech hubs and innovation centers, especially those outside of Lagos, to reach all the talents across Nigeria, in every corner of the country. Universities and private sectors partnerships should be specialized to offer courses in fintech, to offer courses in coding, in artificial intelligence, and digital finance. And by equipping young Nigerians with the skills to lead the next wave of fintech innovation, we are not just empowering individuals, we are securing the future of fintech ecosystem in Nigeria. And to accelerate the growth, we must continue attracting both local and international investment in the sector. And in recent years, Nigeria fintechs have secured significant venture capital funding Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It was my pleasure as always. Thank you, Stephen.
All right, thank you. Can we put our hands together for the CEO of Lion PSB? How are you? Great. It's always fantastic to hear what they have. They're one of our sponsors. I will say a big thank you. We're looking forward to 2025 sponsorship as well. This is part of the essence of the kinds of relationship that we build. And then the sponsors make this happen. Please, can you put your hands together for the sponsors of the 2024 edition? To let them know we appreciate them. It's a wise investment to actually identify your brand with the Nigerian Fintech Week as the leading platform for you to showcase your image, your brand, your stories internationally as well as locally. I'm made to understand that we're having the next product pitches coming up, and we will be calling first on one of our persons. I don't know whether Ife Oluwa Adekunle Yusuf, Vice President, Product and Engineering, Zext Payments Limited, is here. Is she here? Oh, fantastic. Please put your hands together for her. She'll be speaking for the next 5 minutes on the topic of review of major compliance obligations for fintech companies under the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. And then Olumide Oshundolere, please to be ready. Partner Banwe and Igodalo. And of course, Akim Salam, my very good friend, is in the house. And then Fego Okeoma. Thank you.
Can I please have the presentation up? According to Deloitte, McKinsey Company, Forrester and Gartner, businesses that embrace platform orchestration have had great improvements in their revenue growth, customer engagement, operation metrics, and have been able to reduce their overall costs by 20%. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ifeoluwa Adekunle Yusuf, and I lead the product and engineering team at Zest. Zest is a fintech subsidiary of Stanbic IBTC Holdings Company, and I would be speaking on moving forward with a platform orchestration strategy. From inception, platform orchestration strategy has been supporting business growth and providing solutions to critical business problems like integration complexity, user experience and adoption, disputes and chargeback management, and poor data management. At Zest, the foundation of our platform orchestration strategy is hinged on 4 major Zest design principles: multi-railed payments, human-centered design, business growth powered by e-commerce, and operational excellence. With these principles, we have ensured that our platforms are built with a problem-solving mindset for businesses and their customers. Researching challenges in payments, lifestyle, and e-commerce faced by businesses and consumers, we have developed a platform solutions mindset to boost businesses' efficiency and growth, leveraging the platform orchestration strategy. Through our multi-railed payment option of our business strategy, we have solved for reliability and flexibility. We believe that businesses should be able to collect payments in any form that their customers want to pay them. We have achieved this through our multi-railed payments gateway, with over 7 options of payments, over 40 currency acceptance, and several business enhancements, capabilities, and tools. Inclusive also is the gateway POS, which is quite different from the traditional POSs that we have today. It has up to 4 payment methods. That's the card, transfers, USSD, and QR. Our solutions are designed to address real human and business needs, hereby supporting business optimization. Through our business portal, business can do more than an average payment on the platform. We have consolidated transaction data to ensure businesses can make insights-based and data-driven decisions with access to several business tools and capabilities like the user management, invoicing solutions, automated dispute and chargeback payments, management, payment links, subscription payments, and all of that. On our e-commerce solutions, payment is still 90% in-store and only about 10% online. The opportunity for e-commerce is huge for businesses in Nigeria, with over 44 million businesses remaining untapped. Our customizable storefront and marketplace provides seamless online sales for businesses with embedded inventory solutions management, embedded logistics, embedded finance, and you can also shop from brands you love from our branded stores on the marketplace. As a licensed aggregator, we have created a platform that opens up new use cases for payments in our prioritized ecosystem. By moving away from traditional bill payment options, I've built a biller platform, a hub that caters for lifestyle payment needs across health, education, logistics, and MSME trade in the B2B and B2C ecosystems. As a fintech for all, we have designed our platforms to support payment processing from financial service providers and other tech providers. And this is to make you so that you do not carry the infrastructure and connectivity costs. I would like to round up on why you should choose Zest as your preferred payment orchestrator partner, because we want you to go for better integration, better payment options, better pricing, secure platforms, and we also want you to grow. We are open to partnerships and collaborations. Please visit us at the exhibition booth just outside the hall. We'll be happy to have you around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ifeoluwa. You can be rest assured that we will come visiting. Thank you. Zest Payments is here for every one of us, so please take an advantage of their booth and make sure you let them know that Ifeoluwa Adekunle Yusuf sent you. Immediately now, we're going to invite Olumide Oshundo Lire, partner Banwo and Igodalo, to come up to make the presentation. If not, we would like to... okay, that way. Thank you. All right. Great. Can you put your hands together for Mr. Olumide? Banwo and Igodalo, one of our sponsors, we say a big thank you. You make this happen for us, and we're looking forward to next year as well. This is a very wonderful partnership. The way you smile, it means that we are going to up the game. Are you taking?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olumide Osundolore. I'm a partner in Banwo and Igodalo. You are probably wondering, what's Banwo and Igodalo doing here again? I thought they are into capital markets, mergers and acquisition, and other things. We are what you call a legal solutions supermarket or hypermarket. The plan is when you walk into our office, we solve all your legal needs. And so this is one of the, you can say, recent emerging but high value or very important sector that we believe our expertise will be required. Quickly speaking about data protection, as you know, we really started this journey in 2019 when the data protection regulations were issued by NITDA. followed by in 2020 by the Nigeria, by the NDPR implementation framework. And then in 2024, this year, when the president signed the NDPA into law. Essentially, what you need to understand about the NDPA really is its applicability. Number one, it applies to all processing of personal data, whether by automated means or not. And the definition for processing is quite wide. Simply means it includes storing, writing, anything that has to do with compiling and dealing with personal data. And you will understand that in your sector, that's basically all you do. You're just looking for different ways of dealing with data. And so it applies to you. It also applies where the data controller or data processor is domiciled or resident in Nigeria or is operating from Nigeria. Most of you are all doing that. That's why you are here. Also, if the processing of the data occurs in Nigeria, so whether or not, if the processing is going on in Nigeria, so for instance, you have a firm like Spotify that does not have physical process and presence in Nigeria, but processes or deals with personal data in Nigeria, then it applies. It also applies to where the data controller or processor, though not resident in Nigeria, but it's operating from Nigeria, or it's operating on personal data of data subjects who are in Nigeria. So essentially, all that you do, essentially, is about processing in Nigeria, and so you need to pay attention to the NDPR. And when you recall that, I think 2 months ago, or thereabouts, the FCCPC, that's the Federal Consumer Protection, Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, actually fined Meta $220 million. Number one, I wonder how many Nigerian fintechs can pay that kind of fine. So that immediately should raise a flag for you. Every board of every fintech should raise a flag to them. It's an existential risk if you don't take the NDPA very serious. Essentially, what are the obligations under the NDPA? Like we said, number one, let's do this. Number one is you have to. So, now I want to stay here. What? Sorry, I'm a lawyer. Forgive me. So essentially, this is just a summary of the obligations. Number one, you must understand the data subject rights, and you must structure your system to protect them. What are these rights? Rights to object, right to consent, right to have your data improved, right to erasure, right to data portability. I'm sorry, I only have 15 minutes, so I will just give summary, but this will be available. The key thing, really, I'll probably say it's summarized under data protection governance framework. You need to develop a data protection governance framework that ensures that all the obligations under the Data Protection Act is taken care of. And you need to do annual audits. Your annual audits and DPIA are more or less what you call risk management process that helps you to stay within the confines of the NDPA. It flags any non-compliance to you ahead of time, hopefully before you get into trouble. There is the obligation for data protection by design and default. Under our law, you don't have an express provision for data protection by default or by design. But under the principles of data protection, you have accountability. The law imposes a duty of care on you in respect of the personal data that you are processing, and also makes you accountable in relation to these principles. And just by doing that, you are obligated to comply with the law. You are obligated to ensure that everything you do aligns with that law, because you have a statutory duty of care. So essentially, when you are being investigated by the Commission, what the Commission essentially is trying to do is to confirm that you have actually carried out your duty of care, and that you need to show the different ways in which you have held yourself accountable. So when you start doing your governance, your data protection governance, have at the back of your mind that the essence of that data protection governance is to ensure that your duty of care is carried out, and you can account for everything that you're supposed to do. What else? When you start planning your data protection processes, after number one, you need to do data protection impacts assessment. It's part of obligations here. That will help you identify all the things that you need to do. You must understand that in processing data, oh, my time is up already. I've done 15 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay, so rounding up, the thing that ties everything together is under the principle of transparency. Under the principle of transparency, you are required to indicate what you will do with data, how you will process data, your basis for processing data, and everything. I remember, I think like 2 or 3 years back, Google was fined about 50 million euro, and the basis was that they flouted the rule of the principle of transparency. Though they have different documents indicating what they will do, but it's still not clear enough. So you need to understand that you need to prepare a privacy policy or notice which will inform everybody in a manner in which they can understand what you want to do with their data, or what you will do with their data when you take it. And NDPC will hold you accountable to whatever you say there. So it's important that you get your privacy policy clear, indicating what you want to do, so that will form a guide for you, number one, in dealing with data. It will serve as a guide for the people whose data you are going to collect, because it manages their expectation. It lets them know whether they want to give you their data or not. And that way, you are sure that you won't get into trouble under the NDPA. Thank you very much.
Cut. Olumide, I gave you extra time. Please, you could give it to the gentleman on your behalf, because I think it's a very important presentation. Perhaps in the post-event, we might consider expanding this topic, and I think that I was listening in, as a matter of fact. I think I was actually caught up, but I realized that he's a lawyer and he's a partner of Banwo and Godalo. We that are people in the media, as well as PR, as well as lawyers, we have plenty of words in our mouth. Then we want to make sure that you gain a lot of insight. So please, Mr. Olumide, let's see how this conversation can be expanded further. Perhaps 2025, you never can tell, there will be an update or a review. I think this presentation is very important for us to abreast ourselves with it, as a matter of fact. Definitely. Please put your hands together one more time for Banwo and Igodalo. And it gives me great delight to invite my very good friend, who, as a matter of fact, I'm always happy to celebrate. It's a good thing to have him here. And he is the Group Head Business Development and Strategy at 9PSB, Akim Salam, as he comes in to make his presentation. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Myself and him have argued who is taller, but as you can see, I am at least 1 inch taller than himself. And then that is part of what I used to, as a matter of fact, drag him here and there. But it's good to see you again, Akim. And the 9 PSB is a fantastic organization identifying with Nigerian Fintech, quick every other. And yeah, as a matter of fact, we had the first presentation from the CEO and MD, and now we have the group head here to give us certain insight to what 9 PSB has to offer for the next 5 minutes. So who is taller? Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Steve, my good friend. I think I'm taller because I'm son of the Most High. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akim Salam. I'm the group head for business development and strategy for 9 Payment Service Bank. I don't know which one of them is working now. All right, so I'm really very excited, an opportunity that we have to speak to our colleagues in the payment space and also our partners. It's important as we begin to talk about accelerating inclusive growth. It's important to start thinking about the right solution for the target audience, right? At 9 Payment Service Bank, we don't just develop products, but we develop solutions because we are trying to solve real practical problems with visible and cost-effective solutions. So I just have about 5 minutes to go through some of the services that we have. But while we are here, we have our stand at C14, stand C14. It can also be reached through our website at 9psb.com.ng. We are also physically available at Adeola Deku at our head office there for anybody who is interested in doing business with us. Now, in order to actually accelerate this inclusive growth, especially working for fintechs, while others are seeing it as competition, we are rather seeing them as collaboration, right? So we do a lot in terms of collaborating with others, both financial and non-financial partners.
Hello, Sean. Pardon me. Is it on? Did you put it on? Okay. No, just leave it on. Just leave it on. It doesn't matter. Pardon us. Please give him 1 more minute.
All right. So for us, we have developed different solutions while bearing in mind compliance to regulatory requirements. We believe in developing secure solutions. But again, security does not mean complexity. So we have developed a lot of solutions that speaks to regulatory compliance because in the end, it's important to be compliant even when you are trying to be innovative. So we have wallet as a service that provides that ability for fintechs to quickly get to the market faster. So we have developed a solution with robust APIs, scalable and reliable that will empower your innovation. And it's supported across different channels. It has instant settlement because most of the merchants and users today, they can no longer continue to wait for T+1 to get value for their transactions. In fact, because of changing in prices of items every now and then, you can buy something in the morning in a store, and by the time you check back later in the day, the price has changed. So it then means it's becoming more compelling for us to offer solutions that offer instant settlements to the merchant. And those are the kind of solutions that we provide in 9 Payment Service Bank as part of our solutions with our partners, the fintechs, through robust APIs. We also offer the virtual accounts that give that capability to enhance different business rules because it cannot be one cap fits all for all the partners. There are some partners that require certain business rules. Our API is robust, more than the average in the industry, to provide you that kind of flexibility to meet your customers' need. And we put security at the heart of everything that we do, because when it comes to payment, it's important that the funds of the customer, including the data, are secure, right? So we have the webhook notification that allows you to manage the notification to the customer in a secure manner, right? And again, instant value settlement is very critical. Like I said earlier, because of the changing in prices every now and then, the customer who is using your service desire to have the transaction settled immediately transaction happens. And that again has the benefit of eliminating the issue of reconciliation challenges, right? With robust dashboard for transaction monitoring as well. The disbursement, yes, it allows you to be able to settle your merchant real time. As transaction is happening, we settle instantly. If your customer also desire to be settled immediately, our disbursement solution gives that capability, and it supports bulk payment as well. Right. It's important when transactions are not consummated, the customer requires that a money should be reversed, transaction should be reversed to them immediately. Our type of implementation solution, as I've spoken to earlier, gives that capability for instant reversal. So any transaction, is either it goes through or the transaction is instantly reversed. And you have that capability to also confirm the reversal and reprocess the transaction. So that way, it increases the success rate of your transactions. We have the pay with 9 PSB as well to eliminate the dependency or downtime that may be associated with man in the middle. We also offer that ability for direct debit through the pay with 9 PSB. At 9 PSB, we are not seeing it as competition, like I said earlier. We see it more like collaboration, even when we compete. So it's co-collaboration. When it comes to flexibility, we offer flexible options. And in terms of pricing, our CEO mentioned it earlier, that one of the ways to drive financial inclusion is to give the services to users at very affordable prices. So when it comes to prices, we offer cost-effective pricing. And in terms of speed, you can be sure that once we agree on the modalities, integration, implementation happen in a matter of days. So we look forward to partnering with you in order you do think 9 PSB first. We have our standard C14, and we can also be reached digitally through our website, 9psb.com.ng, and the contact number is also on the screen. Thank you very much. I hope I kept the time, right?
Thank you very much, Akeem. It's great to see you again. All right. Yeah, I'm taller than you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been a presentation from Mr. Akeem Salam, Group Head, Business Development and Strategy at 9 PSB. Today, we have a very full package. I'm always excited when given the privilege to anchor the Nigerian Fintech Week, as a matter of fact, because it's such a rich content that we ourselves wish that we can extend the days. And I need to actually mention that. I want to thank the sponsors who have made this possible this year, 2024. We recognize you and we say a big thank you. The next presentation, we have 2 more presentations that are coming up. We have one from Mr. Chidioke Eke, Head Banking Technologies, Interswitch. And we have the next from the country manager from New Land Payments, Mr. Fego Okeoma. But then before it comes up, let me quickly announce that we have the FCDO round table, which is strictly by invitation. I'm very sure you would have received that invitation if you're one of the people who should be attending the FCDO roundtable on regulatory frameworks for digital finance, balancing innovation and security. We have Dr. Mohammed Jia, COO, Emerging Technologies and Innovations, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, will be in that hall. Please, can we put our hands together for him? If he's in the house, can we indicate with a show of hand? All right, and then thank you, sir. We have Obi Emetaron, co-founder and CEO of Zone, is going to be at that FCDO roundtable. Senator Ihenyi, head of legal and compliance of Bitcoin, is going to be there as well. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. All right, there we have Uyoyo Ogedengbe, Chief Business Officer of Convexity, who is also, you're welcome, sir. Then Tosin Shada, the lead engineer at African Fintech and Foundry, will also be joining them at the FCDO roundtable. And then that is going to kick off 12 on the dot, or when the next panel session starts. As soon as my team makes me understand we're ready for the next presentation, I would like to invite my very good friend who I meet in all kinds of events and is always oftentimes intellectually oriented, the country manager of New Land Payments, Mr. Fego Okeoma. Please, can you put your hands together for him? The more you clap, the more he's going to give some freebies. I understand that New Land Payments actually does that a lot. And he has, it's a very good friend of mine, and because of the strategic relationship we have with them, we are going to be magnanimous by giving Fego 7 minutes. And then that itself, you can see it on the timer. It has started, and over to you, sir.
Morning, everyone. I'm sorry, can you pause the video just a minute? Okay. So it's a great pleasure to be here today, and I just want to reintroduce new land payment technology to the entire Nigerian payment system ecosystem. What we've seen over the last couple of years is that payment has evolved in the last couple of years. A lot of people have come up and have spoken extensively about online payments, but we really cannot take away the place of offline payment solutions, and that's why I'm here today. So please, let's have the video now. While watching the video, please can I have the slide up now? I'll just run very quickly on that because I have just 4 minutes to go. But while the slide is coming up, permit me to reintroduce new land payment technology. If you step out into the exhibition area, some of our partners are currently here, like Zenith Bank, Express Payments. We currently work with some of these people today in Nigeria. But allow me to introduce you to new land payment technology, who we are, what we do, and what we stand for. New land payment technology is the leading POS OEM globally, and we've been around for the last 30 years. Headquartered in China, Fuzhou, and we have a staff strength of over 1,200 people. New land payments is not just in Nigeria, it's not for Nigeria. We are a global organization, we have a global footprint with 30 years of experience. On the 1st of November 2024, we'll turn 30 years exactly, so we've been around for 30 years. We have presence in over 120 countries, and globally we partner with some of the largest acquirers in the world. Just very quickly, because of time, oh, my bad, apologies. Yeah, I'll just show you a couple of things. Now, for example, one of the major things that we are heavy on is a strong supply chain. For the last couple of years, we've been expanding our capabilities to produce devices at record time. And so because of that, we've opened up factories in different parts of the world, including China, in Brazil, and in Malaysia. Now, based on that, we're able to meet up with global demand in 28 days, from order to delivery, including customization and everything that is required in 28 days. Our devices are fit for every category, every vertical, every payment vertical. We're all payment people here. There are people in the offline space, there are people in the online space. Whatever space that you find yourself, Newland has a device that will serve your purpose, right? Just trying to be very fast. This time is distracting. Okay, so just very quick stats. We're established in 1994, like I mentioned. And in 2022, according to Nielsen reports, for those of us in the payment space, Nielsen reports is like the authority in terms of rating and grading, and Newland was ranked as the #1 POS OEM in 2022. That's not a small feat, and that's because of what we do and how we put in a lot into how we produce our devices. As I'm standing right here, I have a device with me that I can accept payment. This device can accept every form of payment, whether it's chip, PIN, contactless tap, QR, whatever form of payment that is required. This device can quickly do that for you. I know that some of the ecosystem players like CB have been driving initiatives like contactless in the last couple of years. This device is one of those devices that can help significantly with that kind of initiative. I know that we're short for time, so I'm just trying to rush quickly. So these are some of our core products, and it's good that I just dwell a little on here. So these are Android-based devices for different use cases. The N950 is a regular Android device that you have, like you see out there today, but that's one of the most powerful devices that you'll come across. It's a 5G eSIM, 2 gigahertz processor, very fast and very rugged. The N750, which is what I have here, is just like a mobile phone, and it can serve multi-purposes. Now, the X800 is good that I spend a little time here. This particular device was built with checkout in mind. Now, the idea of this device is that this device is a smart ECR solution that revolutionizes the way ECR checkout is done at outlets, right? So this device that you see here, that's your desktop, that's your scanner, that's your POS device, and it does all of that in one device. So think about walking into ShopRite, for example. The attendant has that screen there, has a scanner. This particular device does all of that and much more. Okay, I know you're already after my life. I can see you. But I'll just try and wrap this up very quickly. In addition to hardware solutions, we also provide software solutions to our customers, SDK solutions, soft POS, whatever, whether it's Android, RTOS, or Linux, we're able to provide you all of those services just to drive your payment acceptance. We also have cloud infrastructure for inventory management, for soft POS solutions, store services, whatever services that customers would like to offer, we have those solutions ready for our customers to use for their services. Now, I said, in addition to all of this, we have value-added services that we provide to our customers just to facilitate your payment experience and your management of your terminals effectively. One major thing that we've seen in the market today because of the branding, a lot of brands are identified with different types of devices. We offer that service also, well, at no cost to our customers for free. We can brand the devices to whatever level of customization, in-app, physical hardware, package, whatever is required, we're able to do that for our customers. We're heavy in partnership, and like I mentioned, some of our partners are currently exhibiting right here. Zenith Bank is one of our major partners. Some of our fintech partners include Flutterwave, Express Payments, and a couple of others, Smart Cash. I saw the CEO of 9PSB earlier. We're looking forward to partnering with you someday. Yes, partnership, and these are just some of the use cases that we have. The devices can be used for different use cases, as the case may be. This is MPOS, like some of us may know, and it can be used for different quick service restaurants, hotels, gas stations, whatever is required. These devices can serve that purpose. Thank you very much for listening. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm around. If you have questions or you have further inquiry, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be happy to discuss further with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fego. Give it to him. Yeah. And I'm handing over your life back to you so that you have it in full. Thank you so very much, Newland Payments. These are one of our partners at the 2024 edition of the Nigerian Fintech. I would like to invite the head business, banking technologies of InterSwitch, Mr. Chijioke Eze, as he comes up to present for the next 5 minutes. And let me also announce that the FCDO Roundtable on Regulatory Frameworks for Digital Finance, Balancing Innovation and Security is ongoing upstairs in room 2B, I believe. The ushers will direct you. All right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Chijioke Eze, Head Banking Technologies, InterSwitch, as the case is, for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. All right, I'll just quickly run through our security products in InterSwitch. So in InterSwitch, we have a cash scheme that we call a VEV, all right? And today, VEV has more than 50% market share in Nigeria, and it's accepted in almost all the countries in Africa and some other countries outside Africa. And so there is need for you to secure your business because, of course, we know that a business that is not secured is just a matter of time would just go down, all right? Because one, your customer will start losing trust. Two, as a business, you start losing your image, and then it's just a matter of time you lose your customers. So in InterSwitch, we are very, very conscious, and when it comes to securing your products, we are on top of that. Today, in virtually all the banks, we have a technology that the banks today uses to protect their channel transactions in terms of card, PIN generation, and encryption and decryption. That's the HSM, all right? And today, I would briefly be talking about some of our security products, anti-fraud solution, and as well as data security solution. All right, okay, so this slide talks briefly about the statistics of the fraud we are having in Nigeria today and the increase, but I wouldn't want to spend much time here because of my limited time. I'll just go straight to the product, all right? All right, so the first product I'll be talking about is Proactive Risk Manager. So Proactive Risk Manager is an anti-fraud solution with a varieties of features, all right? So in InterSwitch, we work closely with one of our strategic partners, and that's ACI, and together we have deployed this solution in a number of banks outside Nigeria and also within Nigeria. And a lot of features, a lot of capabilities that this solution has that would help you protect your business, protect your customers, secure your customers' transaction, and what have you. And one of the features it has is rule-based. It has the behavioral machine learning capability as well as artificial intelligence. It has the anti-money laundering module, and then it has a flexible and a comprehensive reporting platform that you can generate and then take some business decisions based on the data, all right? All right, so the question is why PRM? It's a cutting-edge fraud detection and risk management solution designed to protect your financial institution. And like I said earlier, some of the features: comprehensive fraud detection, AI-driven and machine learning capabilities, internal fraud prevention, all right? That's employee fraud detection. And then global comprehensive and flexibility AML supports, as well as a customizable rule engine. So the solution is quite robust. You want to integrate to the solution and ensure your businesses and your customers' transactions are well secured. I'll quickly move on to my next product today. So while you are protecting your customers' transaction, and on the other hand, you are actually monitoring and handling the controls in terms of the administrative parts, we have a solution that your customers can be equipped, all right, to secure their transactions. So what do I mean? Payment control, how does payment control works? Your customers are equipped, are empowered to block certain transactions they don't want. For instance, I want to block my card. I don't have to call the bank to block my card. Maybe you want to go to bed, you just disable it. Whether on any channel, web, POS, what have you. Your customers are empowered to do certain things, block their cards. They are empowered to update the limits, that's the withdrawal limit, the frequency in terms of the number of times they would withdraw from their accounts, all right? And they are also empowered to update the currencies they want to access I don't want my my account, my DOM account to be accessed, all right? Your customer has that ability to do that. A lot of other features the solution has. We could find time to talk more about that. Quickly, I'll just move straight to data security solution, that's Cypher Trust. Today, we understand that data is key, and of course, we need to do all we can to protect our data. Data at rest, data in transit, data at flights has to be protected. Of course, we know what has been happening. Some of the banks that we've had as a result of cyber breaches and the rest and have been sanctioned, but then you don't want to, you're not waiting until the regulator comes on you. You want to protect your data to make sure that your data, they are secured, all right? And that's the Cypher Trust, data security. Part of the features it has, it can help discover your data wherever your data are residing. It can classify your data. It can help protect your data, whether database, your file, or applications, or tokenization, masking, and then it gives you the control to be able to protect and to limit whoever should access your data, all right? Whether stored in the cloud or any of the environments. All right, so these are the models, all right? The data security solution has a lot of capabilities that you can leverage on to protect your data. And these are contacts. If you want us to have a section to discuss more on this, you can see me or you visit our booth here, and then we'll take it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chidoke. And we will be having you still at another session where we will discuss a lot of what InterSwitch has to offer. Immediately, we are going next into the panel session, which is supposed to run concurrently with the FCDO roundtable. The panel session is on generative AI applications and Gen AI applications for education and health in Africa. To moderate this panel session, I would like to invite Mr. Ade Damola Oloko, Innovative Partnerships and Investments Officer at Asa Mansa, to please come up and take his seat. Please put your hands together for him. He's the moderator for this session. And then to join him on this panel, we have Dr. Krish Ranganath, the Regional Executive West Africa for Africa Data Centers, will be joining him up here. And then we have also Madam Ayodele Adeyemi Faboya, partner Banwo and Igodalo again. This is fantastic. Banwo and Igodalo is fully represented at this year's conference. Thank you so very much. You're welcome. Then we also have Linda Obi, blockchain strategist and global growth leader, a Forbes council member and top 100 women shaping the future in the house as well. Linda Obi is going to be joining them up here. And then lastly, by virtual space, we have Dr. Jason Scales, treasurer at World DITAG. He's going to be joining us online. You're welcome. Can you hear me, Doctor?
I can. Thank you very much.
Great. So we're good to go with that. I'll just quickly want to mention to Ade Damola that we have just about, let's just do 15 minutes, because I think I'm in a good spirit, 50. So that we can have all of this fully wrapped up. And then remember, we have Dr. Jason up on the screen, pardon me, online. And as we do it, you go with the first trance, and then we ask the question as a way of wrapping up in the next 50 minutes. The timer goes for 50 minutes now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope Lagos has not happened to you like it did to me today. But yeah, good afternoon and welcome, everyone. Thank you for being a part of this session today. I mean, if you have enjoyed the NFW this year or even today, can I see your hand? I mean, let's give the organizers a round of applause, please. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you to Nigerian Fintech Association for, facilitating, galvanizing the space, the fintech space. And we have a very interesting conversation today, and we have really great people on the panel this afternoon. We are talking about generative AI, right? I'm sure that is not far from every one of us, even in the room right now. So we're looking forward to a very interesting conversation, and then also look forward to your questions as well and contributions to these conversations. I don't assume that we know it all here, right? But yeah, let's have a very good conversation. And yeah, Dr. Jason, hi. Awesome, great. You're joining us from Ohio still?
Yes.
Awesome. Great.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Great.
Pardon me, Adamala, we're having one more person to join you. As soon as the person comes, we'll let you know. But I want to also quickly announce that the Startup Investors Forum is ongoing upstairs, room 2B, I believe, under Femi Ajayi's team. Please, you want to take an advantage of that. Over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so as the continent undergoes rapid digitalization, generative AI presents new opportunities to address systemic challenges such as inadequate healthcare access and educational disparities. Today, like I said, we have very seasoned professionals. We are going to deep dive into some of these things today, but we're going to start, on a soft note. Ideally, how do you use generative AI? I mean, it's everywhere, right? ChatGPT, how do you use it every day? So for me, I remember some months ago when there were talks around, autonomous AI and things like that, and there was this conversation around the fact that maybe we need to start using the magic words so that when these AIs, they start controlling themselves, they remember me, that I was polite. Yeah, you can use that.
In terms of using the magic words, honestly, I do use the magic words, I guess, because
it's just second nature.
Second nature. Sometimes when you're in a hurry, you forget. And I don't know that the output is different. The output is the same, whether you use the magic words or not. But I do realize that the chatbot is friendlier when you use the magic words. So for instance, if you say thank you, the chatbot will come back and say, oh, my pleasure, anytime, do you need anything else? So...
Dr. Krish, does it even matter in terms of the data that we are putting into it?
We can say all these good, beautiful words. It is very good, as one of the panelists earlier said, these are good words, beautiful ones. But let's go to the ground realities.
Yeah.
So we can talk about generative AIs, we can talk about multiple frames of AIs. But it all finally grants into the granular data what we have.
Okay.
Unless that is clear enough. Now, what we are going to expect out of this may be a different variant of the technology or, what we are expecting. So there may be a difference in expectation and, the output of it. Okay. So that need to be looked at it down the line. When we grow up, we will get there. But of course, it is good to be part of something coming up new. Right. Correct. So it is always good so that we can actually give the inputs and the suggestions and the narratives, because the narratives in the other side of the world may not be the same in our part of the world. There's a huge difference. Correct. Yeah. So some of those things need to be looked at. Maybe as and when we grow.
And we'll come to that a bit later. But Dr. Jason, right? I want to ask. I mentioned something around autonomous AI and the likes, and I saw a quote from Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI. He mentioned that these things could get more intelligent than us and could decide to take over. And we need to worry now about how we prevent that happening, right? Is that a real challenge? Is that something that we should be, putting in front of us in terms of being cautious about AI and its use?
Well, I thank you for the time, and thank you for letting me be here today. I do think that anytime we don't fully understand a technology or its capabilities or what it brings for us, then we automatically have some fears about the technology. And I think as we get to know more about how to utilize artificial intelligence for the benefit of humanity, then I think that we will become more comfortable with that tool and how we can actually use the tool within education and healthcare. When I think about education, I've been involved in technologies in education for 20 years. I'm very involved in using a virtual reality to train and skill people up in different trades and so on. But the power behind AI is that it learns from the user and interacts with the user. And as you start to interact with the user, then we actually change the dichotomy of education very deeply. And I think that's the opportunity, but we have to figure out how to use it and what tools need to help shape that. And I think that's where it's going to take investments, it's going to take creative thoughts, and a lot of experiments. Some are going to go right, some are not going to go so right. But I think that's the opportunity that we look at.
Okay, very key point that you mentioned there, and I'll maybe come to Dr. Krish next, right? In terms of, yes, we see the opportunities, for example, in education, right? However, when you're localizing AI in Africa, in Nigeria, right? What are some of the challenges that you are seeing now and you maybe foresee that we need to begin to put in the forefront and begin to solve, especially as we look at how they can help us in these two areas?
As I said earlier also, it goes back to some fundamentals, correct? The modern things are coming. Are we equipped to adopt this as on today? Correct. So we are talking about education sector. We are talking about, then we need to get into the grassroots of it. Education, are we talking about only Lagos? Or are we talking about 773 or 774 local governments in Nigeria? Correct. If so, how that is connected? How clean is the data available? Okay, if it is an imported data, okay, some textbooks or anything, it is fine, but it is a human data, then of course, what is the quality of that data capture? If you go back some 8 to 9 years back when we started the SIM registration, I still remember there were so many funny videos and news articles used to come. People used to put photo of Jesus Christ and Mother Mary instead of their photos. So if that is the quality of data, then of course as such a powerful tool like AI will give you a very different answer for your question. So those are the things we need to really look back. It is very good to adopt it. Are we ready now? If not, what we really need to put in place, correct? Because we are trying to see, we are benchmarking or we are looking at the Western world. Okay, this is coming in. Okay, now Africa is into this. Very good. Let's do it. But as I said, are we ready as a continent or as a country? Okay, if not, what we need to put it in place to make it available. See, let's look at this. Okay, everything goes back to connectivity, correct? What is the availability of connectivity across Africa? Okay, if you look at it, it's less than 50%. And under that, what is the internet penetration? And what is the quality of internet people get it? Because at the end of the day, these are the mediums where we use for gathering our data. If anything goes wrong anywhere, so the end results, what you are going to get it, is going to be wrong. So that is what we need to really look at it. And as I said, it is a longer perspective. Of course, let's adopt the technology, let's refine it, the way how we can use it. And and again, what are the infrastructures we need to put it in place to support that technology?
Yeah, it's very interesting you mentioned infrastructure. So maybe from your point of view, I know you work within around data, and this is very key in terms of what the output eventually is, right? Looking at localizing, like I said, to our own reality, how ready are we? From the infrastructure point of view, what do you think is available now, or what should we be putting in place, at least, because we are looking at long term? What are the things that we need to be putting in place from a private sector point of view, even the government as well? I know there's some things on AI, maybe I really can speak to it, but yeah, what do you think we need to be putting in place?
See, on the infrastructure side, of course, we have all those 7 submarine cables coming into Lagos, correct? So approximately we are talking about 360 to 400 terabyte of internet bandwidth. Let's look at the utilization. It's only limiting to Lagos to an extent. The cost of carrying this internet bandwidth to the northern part of Nigeria or the southern part of Nigeria or the western part of Nigeria is costly because the local fiber or the local connectivity is actually missing. I can say it's not missing though, but it is expensive compared to the cost of the internet. So that is number 1 issue. Number 2 issue, if you look at all our data centers, of course I operate a data center. So we all are in Lagos. So what is outside Lagos? Correct. So we need to really look at some of those things, in line with the national policies on this. Now, data localization plays a major role. Correct. So the Data Protection Bureau came out and announced the law, now it is enforced. How are we following it? Correct. So are we following it rigorously? Correct. So I heard that by next year they are going to implement it 100%. They are going to enforce it. It's a good one. Let them do it so that at least we have things in-house. The data domestication happens. So we can rework on the quality of the data available. Some of those things is it is an engineering and a re-engineering part of it. Correct. So you have it, but you need to rework on it. It's the same like our roads. Correct. So sometimes we have problems, potholes, but we have to go and fix it. The same situation here. So we have a superhighway of internet or digital infrastructure. We have issues also on that. So we keep on fixing it as per the technology comes in and get adopted to that technology so that the infrastructure is useful. So to get this done, it is not only a private sector play, it has to be a private sector along with the government. Because a lot of related issues comes in place. The old times we used to have issues on right-of-ways. Even operators, we all complain about double taxation. So many issues related are there. Some of those things need to be moved out of the digital highway what we are planning, so that the infrastructure providers can play a major role. Investors can come in, because at the end of the day, without money, substantial money, none of these projects are going to take off. It will remain in the paper.
Okay, great. And one thing that you mentioned that is key is private sector has a role to play, but also the government has a role to play. I want to ask Ayodele, I know that the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy have been doing some work around AI and how that can help Nigeria. Right. Can you speak a bit more to at least some things that the government is looking at and how we can leverage them going forward?
Okay. So the government has recently brought out the National AI Strategy, and this is in line with the government's drive to, position Nigeria at the forefront using AI. And so the government is looking at positioning the country in terms of economy, driving job creation, diversification of jobs, investment, also looking at social inclusion, ensuring that there's access to healthcare, access to education, and then innovation and research. And the government has looked at AI as a way to accelerate all of this, and then has set out certain pillars in that policy that will then allow it to get there. So those pillars, for instance, will be just as Krish has spoken about infrastructure. I think that's one of the main pillars, how to develop that infrastructure, how to accelerate certain key industries. We're speaking about health and education here. I foresee that in the next year or so, we're going to be seeing a lot in terms of government policies in relation to AI in education and AI in health, because, if the infrastructure is there, it's a low-hanging fruit to accelerate growth there. I foresee that we'll also see some policies in terms of incentives for investment in AI. So it might be a good time in the next few years to look at investment in AI companies, because we will probably see that the government is giving certain incentives to encourage people to bring money into that based on the reading of that policy. The policy is quite expansive, indeed, because it looks at risks. You know, many of those policies in the past, they'll just, you know, this is what we want to do, but the risks and the mitigants aren't there. So in that strategy, you have the risks. The government has recognized that we don't have the depth of knowledge, we don't have the funding, and there are many things that are missing, and has, you know, suggested mitigants. My only issue with that policy is that there is no roadmap to implementation.
Okay.
So you have this wonderful, large, almost 100-page document that speaks the speak, but there is no roadmap to how we get there. And without that roadmap to implementation, I don't see how that strategy is going to be effective. And because AI is moving, it's moving quickly, right? You can't be slow about it. You can't have a policy in 2024 that you are just starting to think about how to implement at the end of 2025. By then, the policy is still, the strategy is still. So that for me is the challenge I see with that. And I think the challenge for the government, or the challenge to the government, I believe government representatives are here today, is to start that implementation. Focus in that implementation, of course, is regulation. Clear framework. There needs to be a clear framework, particularly for sensitive sectors like health, like education. Clear regulatory framework. There has to be clear enforcement. If the framework is not followed, what is the enforcement mechanism? You know, there has to be awareness. Government has to be deliberate about awareness, about orientation, about accountability. What is the look-back system in terms of reporting obligations, in terms of audits, you know, and things like that. So those are the kind of things that government needs to be focusing on implementing from the get-go, so that that strategy can be successful.
Yeah, great. And I want to ask you, when we're looking at the AI, generative AI, and AI generally, within any of these sectors, there's an ethical consideration as well, right? So how are you advising your clients, you know, in this new age?
I mean, so we're all aware of the ethical considerations. I mean, many of them are clear, and so it's to find the mitigants when you're using AI. And I'll just mention a few of them. So we're talking about bias, which is the one that most people raise. And bias, it's clear, it's there. So for instance, you've seen college assessment or college application software that automatically disqualify applications that have certain keywords, and you find that those keywords are typically used by certain class of students. So you find those things that are there already, right? And so once you are aware of them, is to then put mitigants in place. You look at things like data protection and privacy. For instance, in healthcare, right? For you to harvest my data, I need to know what you're using it for. I need to know that you're using it. I know how you handle it. But I'm going into the hospital for a surgery. That is not my concern at that moment. I'm really not conscious as to the fact that you're harvesting my data. And we saw that with Cambridge Analytica like 3-4 years ago, where there was a data breach in relation to about 87 million or more people's data, because guess what? AI needs data to train. So we then have to be careful and sensitive about how that data is harvested. You're looking at things like copyright. Who owns the copyright? You know, you generate an article or podcast with AI. Is it the owner of the sources? You know. Then you're looking at things like licensing, very important, particularly for education and healthcare. You're creating reading plans, treatment plans, diagnoses with AI. Who is the physician? Who is the teacher? Are there licensing issues? Because there's a reason that there is the requirement for assessment and licensing for some of these roles. So it brings up some of those critical questions when you are using AI, things like security. And we saw, I mean, with the deep fake and some of those security issues. I mean, and I could go on and on. There's so many of these issues that arise when you're talking about the use of AI. But thankfully, they are coming out. And then because they are coming out, we can mitigate. So what I tell clients, and the conversations we've had so far, is if you're going into AI, first of all, understand why you need it. What is your objective? Because people tend to jump into it without understanding. Do you need it for customer-facing, customer-centric? So you're looking at a chatbot, for instance. Are you trying to optimize make your process more efficient? So you're looking at automation. So what do you need it for? Identify that. And then it's then important to set your strategy. And that strategy must identify the legal framework. What are your regulatory limits? And that's where stuff like licensing comes into play. You need to identify how you will use it. So for instance, in my organization, we have a policy. You need to know what you can input into AI. You need to know what your limits are in terms of what you're sharing with AI. You need to understand what your limits are in terms of the type of things you can use AI for. And that needs to be clear in your policy. You need to have clearly in your policy, how do you check? What's the process for checking the output from AI? Because AI cannot be the expert. AI can only be the tool. And where people run into problems is where they make AI the expert. AI only allows you to reduce the number of experts that you hire for cost optimization. It can never replace the experts, because guess what? There's somebody who needs to be able to see the workings and check the workings and make sure that if AI is bringing out some nonsense, it's saying, go back. And we saw this, and it was quite sad, because a few years ago as well, both IBM and Google, their diagnosis software for cancer, why misdiagnosing patients? And that was before we then put controls in place. So now, of course, you then have to have those kind of controls in place. So those are the kind of things we tell people to understand those things and then start slow. Have a pilot, test that pilot, make sure you have your infrastructure in place, and then you are testing and you are checking. What's the cost benefit analysis? What's your cost savings? What's your revenue increase? Is it meeting the KPIs? And then adjust as necessary. So those are just some of the few things that we advise clients, and that we as a firm have used as well in developing our AI strategy.
Very, very, very key considerations in this age of AI. As a company, even individually as well, we need to put this in front burner. Dr. Jason, I ideally mentioned something around bias, and this is something that we need to be very cautious about, especially on the education side, right? Yes, AI can definitely help with personalized learning somehow, some way, to your own pace, your own language, your own nuances, and things like that. Right? How do we ensure that it's not missing the mark, right? So, for example, what she mentioned around some applicants who were, removed from the, or not making the shortlist because of certain keywords and things like that. So those unconscious biases, right? Personalized learning definitely is one of the use cases for AI. Within the education space, what other use cases do you see, and how do you think that we can begin to think about implementing them as well?
Yeah, thank you. And as mentioned before, data is going to be a major concern. The source of data, what data, if we call it a data lake, what data lake is it drawing information from to interact with the user? Is that self-created? Is that created by a company? Is that created by a government? Is that created by an entity? How is that created? And so that's more around the public use of it and how maybe the public would consume it. In education, I firmly believe we understand, we already know the modalities of learning. We know there's a lot of information that we know that is based in science. And so just imagine this. Mark Zuckerberg came out, I think it was about 2 months ago, and said glasses, these glasses are going to be the most profound computer moving forward. And I think when we think about AI and the ability to work with a learner, I think it's going to be instrumental when a learner is reading from a book and AI is working in the glasses and the student is reading out loud. Can it diagnose dyslexia? Can it diagnose different challenges that the learner might have, and then start giving cues to the learner on how to overcome that dyslexia? Or if we're working in mathematics, if they're doing multiplication and we know there's different strategies of multiplying multiple figure numbers, what's the best strategy for the learner and how their brain assimilates numbers, facts, and different pieces of information so that they learn the correct tools or ways to use that strategy to learn mathematics effectively. So I think from a data perspective, there's a lot of science that we have around learning and around our students that can be very much based in science that I think will be very different potentially from the public side to where the data lake could be construed or could be manipulated or could be have different effects done to it to maybe more construct outcomes, if you will. And so I think there's two paradigms that we look at when I think about AI in education versus the public use.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Just to add to what you said, I mean, I just wanted to share a personal experience in terms of when you talk about the data lake. And this is in relation to the education of special needs children.
Right.
So you find that more recently, for those who have special needs children, that there is more and more in Nigeria a personalized plan or personalized learning for those children. And more there is the reliance on AI to create those personalized plans. But the data lake is not there. So the data has been taken from your neurotypical children and is being used to create personalized plans for neurodiverse children. And so you find that these children that are already disadvantaged are further disadvantaged because rather than having standardized learning, the AI has seen that, okay, this person can't cope with this without having the context and has just dumbed down what the child is supposed to be learning. So and then that bias just perpetuates and you find that those children keep going back and back. So I just wanted to share that because it's a real problem that we are seeing with the education of special needs children in today's world.
Right, great. I think Dr. Krish, it still comes back to data, right?
It still goes back to the data because that is a fundamental, correct? Because even in education, rightly said by her, okay, from the technology part, AI will give you an output. Okay, this need to be done.
Yeah.
But based on what? Based on the input what we offer, that is the data. Correct? How cleansed is that data? That need to be looked at. Correct? And again, the behavior of that data, that also need to be looked at. Correct? Before you come out with an result or an output. So, this is a learning curve for all of us. So, we can't avoid it. We will go along with it. But at the same time, we also need to be cautious on what we are getting into and how we are adopting and how we are going to use it in the real sense. Because getting some result out of it, and if we immediately jump upon to it or act on it, then you may forget or you may go on a negative side of the story. So it's a very brand new word. So let's take it slowly, understand it, study it, the implications of it, rather than getting into that and say that, oh, we are on it, we need to be the number one.
Yeah.
We will get there as number one, but let's study it. So that is my way of thinking onto that.
All right, yeah. Still staying with you, right? So so looking at the fact that we have businesses also in the room, right? Big, small. What would you say in terms of the strategic approach to gathering this data, managing this data, and things like that? What would you think would be the best approach? Because I've seen some use cases, for example, right, where yes, you cannot. So within an organization, you can't use ChatGPT, right? However, you can leverage generative AI, and what that generative AI solution is leveraging on is internal data, right? So data within the organization, right? So you're asking some questions, how does this happen normally? And then it's able to respond, right? It's not going outside of that loop, right? So that's one use case, right? But looking at the African space, what do you think is the right strategy to data part, which then fits the AI that everybody wants to jump on?
Every industry need to have multiple use cases so that we can understand it. Because if your own firm is taking an approach and both of you guys are working in the same business vertical, she may have a different approach. We need to look at that whole seamless approach or the way forward, number one. Number two is that systematically, what are we capturing and why we are capturing? What are we expecting as an end result? So are we working towards an end result or how are you doing it? Correct? So we need to really go back actually to the drawing boards then we get it right. Because when we are talking about an approach across 44 countries, fundamentals remains the same. Water remains water everywhere. Bottle remains bottle everywhere. But the shape may differ a bit of the bottle. That doesn't mean that the shape of the water is going to differ because it doesn't have a shape. The same as technology, correct? Technology remains the technology. How we are going to use it, how we are going to adopt it with the existing resources what you have on the ground. If you don't have that resources, how are we going to build that resources locally? Because you are going to import that resources, work on a local data, then you are going to be in a miserable situation down the line. Because to understand the local data, you need to have an exposure to that local land or wherever you belong to. Because a lot of things are not, see, 1 + 1 is 2 everywhere. But you need to also understand that where you work, which nation you work or which landscape you work with. Because there are a lot of generic behavior aspects we need to put into place. So, you know, it is getting this right is a must. But can we get it right tomorrow, which is an impossible task, let's be honest, you know? But over a period of time, we can be the best. I don't have a doubt on that. But let's put the efforts toward the right direction. See, government policies are there, frameworks are there. These are written by well-educated people, globally accepted, correct? We need to start implementing these things, or we need to start practicing this first of all. You know, even if you look at, okay, now we are talking about the NDPC, correct? We are talking about the AI, the new thing which came out. Fine, it is, how many of us have gone through the NDPC Act? AI strategy, Nigerian AI strategy, even my colleague went and attended for 3 days, if I remember it. How many of us have gone through this in detail from the industry, who are the leaders in the industry? Let's be honest to us. Honestly, I'm not read it. I'm not gone through it. So let's be realistic, correct? One side, of course, you know, we need to get onto this. That is clear. Second side, let's understand it and how we can adapt it into our own spaces. The way we adopt AI in Nigeria may be different from what Ghana wants to do it or what Kenya wants to do it. Correct? So, how we are going to get it? Number one, okay, is this AI strategy globally same across 54 countries? Or is there a variance? So it is going to be, you know, it is going to be a lot of debates to put these things in place. If we need to stand as number one, we can easily stand it, provided if we understand it from the basic.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for that. So I have two questions I want to ask. One for Ayodele, one for Jason, and then we'll open the floor for questions as well and comments as well from the audience. I'll start with Jason, right? So we have said that AI is moving very fast, right? But I think Ayodele and Dr. Krish has mentioned you need to take it slow, right? Be more intentional about it. And there's definitely also a conversation around responsible AI. I guess it's very important when you're looking at even these two verticals, right, that we are considering today. How will you describe responsible AI, and how do you think that, for example, in this part of the world, we should approach this concept or idea?
Oh, thanks for that. You know, I think we have to figure out where the guardrails exist around AI. And we cannot take the human out of the experience of learning or generating content or generating anything. If I think about the individualized education plans for a student, and if we're using AI to generate that learning plan for a student, how much do we depend on AI to generate that versus how much is the specialist in education taking that information and then really adapting it to the individual student? Again, it comes back to it's just a tool. And how do we use the tool? And I think when AI first came out in education, I mean, we have the problem here in the United States. students go onto the internet because they have a paper due in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And they ask Gemini to create the paper, and then Gemini creates their paper, and then they turn it in. They didn't do any work. It's free form right now. And so now industry is developing software to where you can put the paper into software to understand it was AI created, and not created by the student. And so I think we have to figure out the guardrails, and I firmly believe we have to move slowly in this and understand it, and what the risk and limitations and then what the opportunities truly are. But it's going to be a very powerful tool as we learn how to really truly use it to better our students, to better healthcare, to better nations, and move the strategies along. But it comes back ultimately to the data, the quality of the data, and the guardrails that we put on around it.
Right. Yeah, so the guardrails that we put around it. And I think that leads me to the question I have for you, Ayodele. So I came across this Google Notebook LLM. Very interesting tool. I think you can upload as much as like 50 sources, and it gives you a very interesting summary. In fact, even generates a two-way conversation, like a podcast of two people discussing everything, a summary of everything that is in the documents that you uploaded on that platform. Yes, like you mentioned, students definitely, I mean, this platform is for the academic space, right? Yeah. What kind of impact do you think this would have, and what should we be cautious about as well?
Okay, so notebook LM. So I think it's good. I mean, like all AI, right? There's good in it, and there's the bad if you're not careful. But it's useful. But like I said previously, it has to be a tool. And so those guardrails that Jason was talking about are what are necessary to enable the students understand that it's a tool rather than a means to an end. Because like you said, with Notebook LM, the advantage it has over other similar software is the fact that you can put in any number of sources, right? And so you have a wide range of sources that this thing can just generate generate something wonderful for you. Even a podcast, although I don't think it can change voices yet. So if you want to pretend it's your own podcast, you still have to re-record it. But with that kind of powerful tool available, it's easy to stop learning. Yeah. And I think that is the major challenge. So yes, it opens up the opportunity for interaction, which is marvelous, for collaboration, for accessibility, efficiency, cost savings, all the great things about AI. But I think the greatest fear for me with those kind of software, if we don't have the proper guardrails, is the fact that people stop learning. Because it's all available. I need to do an assignment. It's easy, I can get it done. But guess what? That assignment is going to come out. It might be perfect. I might even put some work into it, right? So it's not completely somebody else's work generated. But it's really only going to be based on the knowledge that is already available. Because ultimately, it's garbage in, garbage out. I know that some people speak about the sentience of inanimate objects. Personally, I don't believe that inanimate objects can develop sentience. Yes, they can become very brilliant, but they can only, it's what you put in there, right? And so once you've fed it that information, you've fed it information that is already out there. You are then relying on that information. So a dependence on those kinds of AI will mean that ultimately, after a while, there's no new information in circulation. Students, and a lot of learnings, things, little ideas come from the universities, come from students. The little kernels that then grow into bigger things. So those learnings won't be happening. Critical thinking will reduce. And that for me is the greatest fear, the greatest challenge with those kind of software, that it will stop the learning. And so it's how to find those guardrails that allow the students to use those kind of things so that they can be more efficient in their learnings, because it's easier than going to read 50 books in the library. You have access to resources from all over the world. It helps you to synthesize them quickly. But at the same time, how do we guardrail to ensure that that learning is still going on in our universities, rather than just regurgitating the information that has been learned many years ago.
All right, great. I think that's very key. Yes, so at this point, we want to take questions or comments from the audience. See one person here, two, anyone else? Okay, three. Okay, you can take, is there a mic? You can go around.
Daniel, where are you? Please, we're going to take maybe 2 questions because we have to wrap up this session. Adenemola. Where's question 1? Let the gentleman here 1. This 2. We might extend it a little bit. Okay, 3. All right, just those 3. Your name, the question straight up. Please don't start with.
Thank you. My name is Paula Widwan.
Thank you.
A medical student. And Ms. Adam Ayodele said something about having a policy of AI. Having a policy to know what AI can do and what AI cannot do. So, in the communicative aspect of AI, like ChatGPT and so, there are some medically inclined statements or words that the AI can't relate to what I'm saying, like the AI can't respond to God with sensitivity and violent languages. So like it has restrictions, it's like a level for other parts. And I feel like, and that's because of the amount of data that it has been fed. And I feel like when time goes on, there will be a lot more data that are going to be fed to AI to like accomplish more stuff, and that might probably lead to them thinking for themselves. So, and again, in the aspect of generative AI, there are a lot of things that can be generated, very sensitive to like the young humans. The young individuals of age, and there are like less restrictions on generative AI. So in bottom line, I'm saying like if it is overfed, it's going to cause there will be a consequence, and if it's underfed,
Thank you.
confidence. And the question is
You've not asked the question.
Is there going to be any policy that's going to like maintain and like all I say is like make it in between, because to make it proper instead to like reduce the consequence in the future of them thinking for themselves. Well, a lot of data is being arrested.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for him.
Can we answer that before?
No, let's get the whole of the questions before we respond. Please, the second person, quickly your name and your question, please.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen. So my question basically...
Your name is what?
Stephen.
Okay, you're my namesake. You can speak as long as you want. All right.
So you spoke something about the unbiased part of AI. Now, you answered the question, but I don't really feel the answer, in the sense that, is it really possible to actually eliminate the aspect of having a completely unbiased AI? Now, going back to the part of the data aspects, whereby it talks about, that's where it all comes from the data part. Now, how do we judge? Do we have like a scale that says this is the right data that has been fed, or are we going to be doing plus or minus whenever we are talking about the data?
Thank you. Give it to that gentleman. I think the panelist or moderator called him first.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Samuel. And then my own question about the AI is more in the academic sector, because in this generation that we are now, where mostly 90% of them are very lazy when it comes to doing the schoolwork. So do you think they need that AI experience or the real teaching experience? Because I feel, like me, for example, now I am a chef. In my own field of study, I don't think you need much of AI, because if you do, you are going to be feeding lives of people, and then it's going to be a mess. So do you think it's important for school to be more involved in AI or the human experience?
Thank you. Good question. I think we have one more person.
There's someone here.
And then initially we asked you to raise your hands up. We can't take more than that. Okay, please. We don't have time. Pardon me.
Hello. Great conversation. My name is Precious Ekong, associate at Milan Partners. So you mentioned something about, and he also did, about the homogeneity of the data that is used to train AI. And I think this is particularly to Dr. Krish. What role do data centers play in ensuring ethical data practices? Particularly, yes, there's bias in data, but also there are creators, authors, intellectuals that have put out content. How do we train AI and also attribute to them specifically when they come out, when AI relates, creates outcomes? That's it.
All right, we'll take 2 more questions briefly, please. And the lady is the last person because we've always had men asking.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chidozie. My question is, with the influence of the big names, OpenAI being the highest, most capitalized AI company today, to what extent will their influence impact on regulation when it comes to people from the third world countries, for example, trying to scale, solutions that are AI? To what extent would their influence restrict them from scaling? Thank you.
Thank you. That is over there. The lady last, and then we can use this session as a way of wrapping up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is OJ. So my question is centered on guardrails with regards to the utilization of data in AI. And I believe there has been mentioned like twice or thrice now. So I want to know what are the requisite policies or guardrails that can be implemented in organizations, because currently AI is being utilized, and since it's garbage in, garbage out, it impacts on productivity, because for some organization, critical thinking is actually a very big deal. So how do we impute guardrails into our policies and operations? So that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much. I think I put down all, so I'll just try. So I think there was a question, maybe I'll just start with Dr. Krish. There was a question around the role of data centers within space. I don't know if you can speak to it.
Yeah, see, on the data center side, the role of data centers, correct? So what exactly is a data center? I can simplify it in a way that it's a digital storage area, correct? So you are the one bringing in your own infrastructure to put it in my data center. So what is my role? To provide you power, cooling, and the physical security. You still own the data. The owner of the data still owns the data. So we don't have an access to that data, what he is bringing in. But of course, what we validate is that, is the company the documentation of the company is real, or, what is the authenticity of those companies and people behind the company. Some of those things we validated because it's again in line with the regulatory compliances, correct? So that's the only thing as a data center provider we can do. But if you go a step forward, if you're saying that, okay, I'm a cloud provider, then the scenario changes. Though still I may not have an access to your data, in theoretically, but if any complaints issue comes in, then we must give that access to the relevant authorities to go and check it. So that whether it is a data center or a cloud provider, they play a role in that, but may not be that major role what we are looking at.
Okay, thank you. I think the second question that I noted down, I think you talked about AI being exposed to students and maybe the younger generation. Is it a good idea? I don't know. Let me give Dr. Jason. Is it a good idea to expose AI to, notebook LLM, for example? Is it a good idea?
No, I certainly think it's a great idea, but I think it needs to be limited in scope. We need students to have critical thinking skills. We need students to understand how to derive information, receive information, manage that information or data, and then move forward. But again, it needs to be taught as a tool. It's not a replacement, but it's a tool to access information, access data. I use AI to generate thought or to generate something, but then I always have probably a lot of work to do on the back end to clean it up instead of just kind of doing it from the scratch in the beginning. And I think that those are great things we need to remember, but I think as this panel is really brought out, we don't know enough about AI yet. We don't know enough about how to truly utilize it to benefit all different aspects of humanity and public life or education or healthcare. And I think as we learn more, the debates like who owns data, copyrights, all of these different things will ensue, and we'll start putting up different kind of guardrails in different places. But in education, it's a tool. Certainly, we need to use the tool, but teach them how to use the tool.
Right, great, thank you. So there's a question here around, can we really have unbiased AI?
And then I think I'll take the last one too.
Okay, yes.
So on the bias, very quick answer because we're running out of time. You can't have completely unbiased AI, but you can mitigate the bias, which is why monitoring and checking are important. Somebody has to be checking it. Somebody has to be monitoring what it's being fed and rechecking the quality of the data that it's being fed. So it's a continuous training. That training never stops to ensure that you are mitigating the bias. So which is why we use the word mitigation. It will never be completely unbiased because it's trained based on human minds. And the truth is the human mind is not completely unbiased. So that's that. I mean, for the questions in relation to policy and control and guardrails, I think that they're joined. Sir, you actually gave the answer to that. So for instance, you had said that in your organization, you can't AI won't respond to certain keywords. That's a control. Now, not all organizations will have that in place. Sometimes because they want to move faster, even though they know it's needed. That's where regulation comes into place. You can't have general AI regulation. You have the general, and then you have the specific for sensitive sectors. So for health, for instance, AI regulation will specify that there are certain keywords that AI cannot respond to, such that if in your organization AI is responding to those keywords, you are in breach. And then there's monitoring, there are audits that ensure that those kind of breaches are caught. So that's how to regulate those kind of things, to ensure that even though some people will do it, but you need the law to ensure that everybody does it, and that's the place for regulation. In terms of internal guardrails, organizations do have them. It's understanding what you want to use your AI for, and then understanding what your risks are. If you map out those two things at the beginning, what are your risks and what do you want to use your AI for? You can then define how you use that AI. And once the policy is clear, it's clear-cut, it's set out right here. This is how we use it. This is what we put in. This is what must be checked when this comes out of AI. Then you can then control how AI is used and mitigate those risks. So those are the guardrails that you have in your organization. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I mean, AI is definitely evolving. It's moving fast. It's definitely a good thing. However, we also have to be cautious. There's also a data element to it, the quality of the data that we have, and also the infrastructure conversation as well. But yes, these are ongoing conversations, and we are happy that we are living in this moment. Right, yeah. So thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we have our photographers have this moment captured? We are having some adjustment to our program. I want to confirm if Nimide Falashanu, Vice President, Chief Client Experience of Zest Payments Limited is in the house. Can you please indicate by a show of hands? Let me be sure that I can see you. Okay. Just to also confirm that will be Omo Shafe Uzo, Associate of Udo Udoma and Bello Osage. Whether you are in the house already, I just wanted to confirm. Okay. My panel, we are going to have you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for them. They've done an excellent job. And of course, Dr. Jason Scales, who is joining us virtually. At this point in time, I always want to quickly announce that we've made some adjustments to the program. We will wrap up today's program, as always, with the raffle draw, so that we know that the three, has been concluded with a winner who is going home with the raffle prize. I believe is a mobile phone still. We have a panel session which is going to precede our lunch, so to speak. So they are the ones that are going to help us wrap up the session, and then we'll go for lunch and then come back for the raffle, and then we'll call it a day. Ladies and gentlemen, can I invite now Mr. Christian Odaro, Lead Technical Support Horizon Pay, to please come in for his product pitch. Please put your hands together for him. Christian, this way. Okay. Okay, that's not Christian. Where's Christian? Hello, is Christian home? He's around? Okay. And if we don't have Christian here, as a matter of fact, perhaps what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start up with Nimide is already in the house. I wanted to be sure, that's why I mentioned earlier on. Is Nimide here? Okay, and please, I would like my team to ensure some of our people are here so that we can move on immediately. But right now, I would like to call on my technical team. Please, are you on cue? We have a documentary that is focused on the inauguration of the Fintech NGO 2024 to 2026 Council. We want to be sure that you guys are here together. Who am I saying? Is that Christian or Nimide? All right, Nimide, we would like you to come up to make your presentation if it's ready. All right. Please put your hands together for Nimide Falashenu, Vice President, Client Experience, Zest Payments Limited, as she speaks for the next 5 minutes. Then we hope that we'll have Adaobi, and if Christian Odaru is on cue, we will take that as well. Hello, guys. Please, can we have a mic functioning? Hello? All right. Perhaps we'll use the handheld mic, if perhaps that will help. Hello? 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 I can't reach.
Okay. This is why we need AI. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. My name is Nimide Falaseno. I'm the Vice President Client Experience at Zest Payments Limited. Zest is the fintech subsidiary of Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC. I'm just going to speak about what we know about Gen AI as of today, the use cases in financial industry across Africa. When people start to talk about AI, most people think that, oh, why are we all about this thing that is going to take our jobs? I don't think Gen AI is here to take our jobs. I think it's here to make our work better. So, all right, so in just simple terms, right, generative AI is a system of artificial intelligence that basically just, feeds us content and data based on whatever prompt that we've given to it, whatever data we've imputed. Like I said, it's here to make our work better. And if you look at, even right now in 2024, according to this survey that was carried out by KPMG last year, where they spoke to over 200 financial leaders across the world, you can see the numbers. People are already adopting, right? People are using AI to make work better, to make processes better, for automation processes. As at now, over 48% people have already piloted or are using, Gen AI solutions in some form or the other. If you think about, okay, how can I use generative AI in my industry? How can I use it in my business? How can I introduce it in a way that will make my processes better? You can look at some of the use cases. So from fraud detection and prevention, especially in Africa with the high rise of cyber crimes in the world. If you look at customer support through chatbots, and you even just think about optimizing your customer engagement network. If you look at financial forecasting and analysis, you want to predict properly, you want to make the right suggestions, you want to define your strategy even better. And portfolio and risk management, you're thinking about you're in credit, you're in a loan company, you're thinking about just understanding your customers better. You want to edge against, credit funds, you want to edge against credit risk and all of that. If you then bring it home to financial technology, right? You look at all the opportunities that currently abound for AI in financial technology. I think I've spoken about predictive analysis. I've spoken about just enhanced, just credit risk management, credit scoring models. I've also said that, AI helps with, your fraud detection and management. You are able to sort of like optimize your cybersecurity processes. And then, of course, just reputational analysis. When you're engaging with your customers better, your lifetime circle scores become higher. Your NPS scores also become higher. And you're thinking also about like personalization. How am I delivering value to my customers? How am I like optimizing for the future? Do I even know what they want? How do I send the right communication at the right time to my customers? And then thinking about just how all of these things, bringing it home. So I'm going to, like I said earlier when I was introducing myself, my name is Nimide from Zest Payments, and I just wanted to just share a bit of how we're bringing it home at Zest. So we've sort of like deployed AI solutions across different functions, starting from just the fraud detection and prevention, from our KYC modules to our KYB modules, and then also in risk and compliance. So we're looking at regulatory, documents. We are thinking of how we're ensuring that we are at the right place at the right time, talking to the right customers, onboarding the right customers. We're also thinking about financial reporting, our fintech operations, and we've deployed AI tool into our financial reporting. We're processing billions of transactions, and this data is huge. What AI does is it's not eliminating the need for human intervention, no. It's enabling you to sort of like automate your processes even better. And then the humans who are in charge then verify this data. But most importantly, I would narrow down to a tool that we deployed in collaboration with Microsoft. There's AI-powered chatbot. And what we did, we looked at Microsoft. Microsoft has taken certain AI components from OpenAI and the likes, and we said to them that, look, we want a chatbot that is fully AI-powered. We sat together, we devised it. It takes away ticketing, it automates the entire ticketing process. It feeds our customers with the right FAQ responses, already templated. Remember that I told you that AI is really bringing the content from data that you are feeding it. So we fed our chatbot all of these interesting things at the back end, and then for our customers, when they interact, their answers are, good. This is sort of like eliminating the need for second level, interventions, because from the first level, we have deployed an AI chatbot that enables us sort of like answer our customers' questions, very interactively, and sort of also even stores the conversation at the back end. So we can go at the back office, look at the tools, look at the conversations that the AI has carried out on our behalf, and be able to kind of like even improve it. If we feel like, there needs to be some tweaks, some adjustments, the back office in itself, feeds us that information, and then we also make it better. So I'm just going to end with saying that the goal here is that you sort of use generative AI as a component, right, in your company, in your industries, in your businesses, in your processes, to make your automation better, make work easy, like just ramp up efficiency and deliver even better results for your customer. If you need to, just get started with Zest Payments, a sort of like solution around how we can deliver value for you and your customers, you can just hit us up. Our booth is booth B3, just at the entrance. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for Nimide. Thank you. That was quite brief and very straight to the point. Zest, I think, was here earlier on, your VP, if I remember quite well. Next, I would like to invite Christian Odoro, Lead Technical Support Horizon Pay, to please come up to make his presentation for the next 2.5 minutes. Please put your hands together for him. Cyprian. So, Mr. Christian, I called on you severally. I didn't see you, so as a matter of fact, I've reduced the time to 2 and 29 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Okay.
Please watch your timer.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I was at the stand. So let's quickly run through what we do at Horizon Pay. So Horizon Pay is is an OEM, which is focused on delivering quality, durable payment devices. So our core is on Android POS devices. So in Nigeria, we are able to deliver a very affordable, rugged, and durable POS terminals. And currently, we have been able to partner both banks, fintech companies, and other PTSPs. And currently, these are our range of products. So we have our flagship product, which is the K11 standard. So K11 standard is a full-fledged Android POS device, and it has a full screen. It's rugged. It has long-lasting battery. So because we understand the power situation in Nigeria, so during our research and development, we are able to come up with a very long-lasting battery. So K11 standard has like double battery that is packed into one to make it last longer. Then we have K11 Lite. So the K11 Lite has less features compared to the K11 standard. Then we also have our K11 Pro, which has more RAM, more storage capabilities, and also long-lasting battery. Then we have our S60, which is like a hybrid terminal. So this terminal is basically targeted for those who want to use both the screen touch and the keypad. Then we also have our Linux device, which is Horizon Pay T50. Then we have our bus terminal. So the bus terminal is actually targeted for those who want to do with whose business revolve around larger screen that want to run some maybe retail solutions on their devices. So this is the best for them. Then all these terminals are powered by a very robust terminal management system. So the terminal management system is used to manage devices. Currently, there are some challenges in maybe trying to download application on terminals. We're able to study to know how we can make app download on terminals very seamless. So we're able to come up with this solution. You can manage your terminals remotely. Then it has a very enticing feature, which is the geofencing. So the geofencing is where you are able to monitor your terminals while sitting at the comfort of your office. You are able to know where exactly your terminals are scattered around the country. And maybe when terminal is not in use, you will know the last place where the terminal performed transaction and actually the deployment history. You can also be able to view the deployment history using the geofencing feature. Then we have a very good data analysis. You are able to see the last time your terminal visited the TMS, last time it was used, and the applications running on it. Then at Horizon Pay, we also have software solutions. So we have software solution that has to do with agency banking. We also have software solution that has to do with merchant service. Then because we believe in partnership at Horizon Pay, and we believe that our success also depends on the success of our client. So we take our client's business as our own business. We provide top-notch support. We're able to, so with that, we are always open for collaboration and partnerships. So here we have, if you collaborate with us, we'll give your brand a good visibility, improve your business performance with data analysis, have a plan for, if you have a plan for financial empowerment, we also work as a team, not as an individual. So those are what you will get if you decide to partner with us. Thank you.
Christian, is this a way of rebelling? So take back 8 seconds. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Mr. Christian Odoa. Mr. Christian Odoro has done well. While I was busy trying to make sure that he exhausts his time, he decided to dash me that extra one. I just want to confirm if that will be Omar Shefe Uzo, Associate Udo Udoma, and Bello Sage is already in the house with us. If not, we will just proceed to, like I said earlier on, we've adjusted the program a little bit. We are looking at the inauguration. The inauguration itself is one of the things we are witnessing today. However, it has been moved to the event that is happening tonight, which is the NFW 24 closing gala night, as well as the council dinner, which is powered by QCon. We want to say a big thank you to them for making this a reality. And so this is going to be an invitation-only affair. However, we would like to announce that the outgoing governing council with the leadership of, under the leadership of the president, Ade Bajomo, who, as a matter of fact, has run the institution successfully and with so much sense of excellence. We say a big thank you, Sam. The vice president of that outgoing governing council is Dr. Stanley Jacob, the chief executive, Stanbic IBTC Financial Services Limited. Apparently, he is the incoming, or the president-elect, as the case is. We have Tolu Lokpe Omoleye Oshinderu, head legal and compliance branch, as the secretary. We had Wale Adewumi, MD CEO, Lead Capital PLC, as the treasurer. We also have, as members, we have Jamila Sharif Ayedum, MD CEO, Credit Registry. We have Odunayo Eweni, co-founder, PiggyVest. We also have Dr. David Ishaive, president of ISAN. We have Lanre Oladimeji, who is the GMD retail for Zenith Bank. We also have as member Mr. Iyolua Aboyeji, who is general partner and co-founder of Future Africa. We also have as member Yinka Edu, partner of UUBO. We have Yemi Kerry, who is MD CEO of Ekabella, as member. We also have Dr. Fumi Babintin Ashaye, MD CEO from Risk Insurance Brokers. We also have as members Director A30 Limited in the person of Mr. Bayo Adesoya. We also have the MD CEO of Afrigo Pay, Madam Ebiyeji Momo. She was there as well. That is the member of the outgoing governing council. We also have Professor Geraldine Uguauna, who is also a member there. We have Dr. Bisi Ayino, CEO from Soft Alliance and Resources Limited, who is a member of the outgoing governing council. But we also have Uzoma Dozie, the CEO of Sparkle, as a member. Dr. Femi Oyenuga, Assistant Professor, Bayero University, Kano, as member as well. And then we have Mayowa Kuyoro, partner McKinsey and Company, as member. We want to say a big thank you to every one of them for serving this great association with all sense of excellence. Please, can you put your hands together for them? While we have the governing council, which is the incoming council, as a matter of fact, GovCo, to be manned by Dr. Stanley Jacob as president, chief executive of Stanbic IPTC Financial Services Limited, is where he deals with so much of his everyday engagement. The vice president of the incoming governing council, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedum, MDC of Credit Registry. We have a secretary, Tiwa Lola Osazua, partner Elex. We have treasurer as Mr. Oluwaseun Adesoya, the CEO of VShort. And then we have as member Yinka Edu, partner UBO. We also have as members Odunayo Eweni, who is the co-founder PiggyVest. Dr. Fumi Babintin Ashaye, MD CEO Risk Insurance Brokers. Yemi Kerry, MD CEO of Ekabella. MD of Remitter Payment Systems, the person of Deremi Atonda. Benga Pasada is going to be joining them, as a matter of fact, as member is the MD VFD Tech. We have my very good friend Abiola Jimo, co-founders and co-CEO of Exchange Box. He also is a member. And then we have Dr. Aichaus Oladejo, who is an ex-official. She's ED Financial Services of Innovators, FSI. We have as ex-official Dr. Bisi Aino, CEO of Soft Alliance and Resources Limited. These following individuals also are ex-official. We have Rakia Mohammed,
former Director ICT Central Bank of Nigeria. Of course, my Oga at the top, Dr. Babatunde Obrima, who is the CEO of Fintech NGRU. We have Larry Oladimeji, GMD Retail Zenith Bank. We have Dr. Abiba Adamu Kalkudi, Assistant Professor at Bayero University, Kano. We have Henry Obisikie as the MD of Fair Money as an ex-official. We also have Dr. Usman Gambo, former Director ITS of NITDA. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Registrar CEO of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria is the person of Mr. Akim Morakinyo, is also an ex-official. These are all the people who are going to be taking and handling the affair of this great organization for the next years from 2024 to 2026. They are making up the governing council. At this point, I would like to please play a video as a way of wrapping up this session, after which I will invite the final panel section that will lead us to lunch. And immediately after lunch, we have the raffle draw, and we'll call it a day at the Nigerian Fintech Week 2024. Please, can we have the documentary right now?
In the 18th and 19th centuries, pre-colonial Africa was known for trade from the transatlantic to the Sahel routes, with transactions processed through modes of payment ranging from cowries to gold. This evolved from the colonial period to the post-independent era in Africa. Between 1960 and 1999, the Nigerian banking system was characterized by long queues for tellers, as withdrawals or payments at the counters were cash-based.
The fintech industry in Nigeria, you have to look at the history and what gave rise to it. The advent of the internet and the expansion of technology platforms played a key role. I recall, if you look at as at 2000, we had just an e-POS that was provided by ValueCard. But further to the financial crisis, financial institutions globally started to look at more efficient ways of re-emerging post the crisis. So growth in an efficient manner became the mantra. Before then, growth was growth. You were looking for customers, so whether you went through brick and mortar or acquisitions, whichever approach you had to growing your bank or your financial institution, the efficiency factor was not as prominent.
The 21st century heralded an era of innovation and technology that will unravel creativity and seamless processes for payments, savings, and concluding transactions.
The Fintech Association came in at the right time. I know it was a brilliant idea of Dr. Segun Aina.
I remember in those early days when we conceived this idea in 2017, during the first Fintech conference that my company organized at the time, and we moved the idea of having an ecosystem organization where I was challenged to lead that project. Starting from the scratch, you need to start with 1, 2, 3. We have seen the membership grown to close to 500, becoming the largest, and the biggest fintech association in Africa, and competing with the best, in the world.
At the time the Fintech Association of Nigeria was formed, the opportunities for disruption, even though present at that time, was confined by the regulatory landscape we had, and most importantly, the stage of interconnectedness that existed. Today, we can look back and look at the fintech industry has been able to have achieved and possess the potential to disrupt, unlock the economic opportunities and attract investment in various sectors.
Nigeria's banking system embraced investments in technology and automation of systems between 2001 and 2005, with initiatives to improve transfers overseas and remittances. This marked a turning point in the industry.
When you look at the role of payment systems, online payments, mobile payments, the growth of electronic transfers in our economy over the past 10 years as infrastructure has improved and the digital economy has grown. Without those enablers, without the enablers of fintech, you would not have seen the level of adoption that you see of the digital economy today.
From 2006, the fintech industry emerged with innovative payment products, savings initiatives, and seamless initiatives that catalyzed e-transactions, deepened financial inclusion across the country, and supported the transition into cashless economy.
The Fintech Association of Nigeria has been a good watering hole for the industry in terms of bringing the players together to consider issues, solve problems, and so on and so forth.
There are three ways I would summarize how Fintech Association has been very helpful, both from a lending and even regulatory perspective. I think one, from an advocacy standpoint, the association is always there to sort of represent the interest of the fintechs. When there's either a new policy or regulation, you can see the advocacy, and it's something that the association does very well.
The association has been helpful, either going with us as the lenders within the ecosystem to meet with the regulators so that they can have a deeper understanding of what it is that we do as a business and the kind of value that lenders bring down to the Nigerian economy. So that has been really helpful.
I believe the power of Fintech Nigeria really is coming in threefolds. One, it's accomplished board of trustees. Two, it's inspiring, and I'm going to say visionary governing council. And three, the management team and the committees that collaborate to advocate for change, to be able to connect all the right minds, and then thirdly, being able to accelerate that innovation. This has made Fintech Nigeria the largest fintech organization in the country and across the continent.
This has positioned the industry as one of the biggest disruptors, creating economic opportunities and serving as a major driver of foreign direct investments worth over $1.5 billion, with unicorns that have regional and global impact.
One of our efforts is we use the word fintech to encompass all forms of innovation and startup activities. You know, we have a great country with lots of talent, bustling youth, and we have a lot of problems to solve. So who best to solve it than our people, leveraging global collaboration and partnerships? And Fintech Association of Nigeria sits right in there as the anchor, driving great partnerships with regulators, with wider ecosystem members, and indeed government to create this environment which gives professionalism, dynamism, and helps us generate good governance.
From payments, savings, healthcare, education, agriculture, and insurance to other key sectors of the economy, the fintech industry remains a pivot of Nigeria's aspirations to achieve its target of 95% financial inclusion and a strategic digital economy.
The opportunities is the fact that we have about 40 million people yet to be financially inclusive. So that's an opportunity for fintechs and other financial players. However, for us to attain 95%, government needs to do its own part. So where the infrastructural issues, when you look at the fact that where the rubber meets the road in the rural areas, there are lack of infrastructure, data, network, power, all those things. So everybody's in fintech to make profit. So you won't go to a place where you're not going to make profit, where your overheads are high. So government needs to do its own part by ensuring that we can have those infrastructures in place. And that, of course, will help to attain that 95% inclusion, because without that, you can do all sorts of solutions. You know, it's not a charity business. We're there to make profit.
With an ecosystem clearly defined by the ingenuity of the Fintech Association of Nigeria and by regional extension, the African Fintech Network, there are bright prospects for robust, secure, and dynamic industry services. One major enabler will be a proactive and supportive policy and regulatory landscape.
Regulation is usually top-down, but I think the way emerging technologies are disrupting and shaping things, everybody, including regulators, are startups. So everybody is a learner.
And so without an investment in knowledge and skills, you run the risk of expending effort and resources on the wrong thing, while the more important fast evolution of technology, you ultimately lose out on and are forced to buy from other parties that may or may not be aligned with you.
Regardless of what it becomes, Africa will still remain attractive because of our potentials and addressable market. Our collaboration with the Africa Fintech Network, which we are a member of, and other fintech associations globally, has also opened up opportunities to interact with global investors, simplifying access to institutional members to get funds. We believe that we can make a lot out of the data we have in Nigeria. Opportunities both in the public and private sector. We now have various governance frameworks around handling of data. The next stop is to aggressively open up and drive open finance, not just for payments, but for other aspects of the financial industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for that wonderful capturing of what the history has been. And this is to tell you that Fintech Nigeria is obviously positioned to make things very, very, very progressive. We trust that the incoming Governing Council will do so much more. These are people who are driven by excellence. As a matter of fact, they are those who have been on ground over the years, professionals and experts in the field of fintech, financial inclusion, the whole ecosystem. And we're glad that we are going to be handing over to very able hands who are going to be taking over the leadership and the mantle, so to speak, for us to move for the next 2 years, more or less as the case is. God giving them strength as they will decide. And then we are glad that this has happened. Please, one more time, can you put your hands together for them? All right, for all of you joining us virtually, we recognize you. We say a big thank you. This is the point where we're going to have the panel session that should wrap up today's event, and then we will go straight up for lunch. And as soon as we're back for the raffle draw, I will make some other announcement. But let me quickly say that please let's be mindful of our personal items, our mobile phones, as well as our bags, so that we don't have any incidences. And please make sure you take as much as you can in terms of image, share with a hashtag, and then let every single one of this moment we're making memory of become a wonderful trending topic, as the case is. And without further ado, I want to quickly announce or ask if Adaobi Omosefe Uzo, Associate of Udo Doma, has come in yet. If she has not, I would like to invite the moderator of this panel session, Dr. Jimmy Sayo Adegu Awokola, Director of Business Development of Unite Elas Edge Cloud. Please put your hands together for him. Clap for him, clap for him. Don't worry, use the energy you need, because you will need that for lunch as well. Thank you so very much, Doc. You want to take the center row so that we will have it quite balanced. And I want to invite the keynote presenter of this panel session on the topic, leveraging biometric technology for enhanced KYC and fraud prevention in Africa. And that's the person of Mr. Chidoke Eze, Head Banking Technologies at InterSwitch. Please, can you put your hands together for him? He's coming up. And then to join them, I understand I have one participant online. And then please, my technical team, let us have the person on the screen. We'd like to also invite Richie Emma, Regional Business Development Director of SumSop, to please come join them. He came on the way from abroad to make sure he's part of this year's edition of the program. You're welcome, sir. We also would like to invite to the podium Professor Sandy Carter, the COO of Unstoppable Domains. She's joining us right here, as a matter of fact. Please, can you put your hands together for Professor Sandy? I'm not too sure which exactly is it. Is she here or she's joining us online? All right, this I think was the omission I had to correct. And I have Madam Ibukunoluwa Owa, Assistant Manager, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, joining us as well. Please, can you put your hands together for her? I'm very sure she's going to be in our midst, or else, as soon as she comes in, we will confirm that. And then we have Mr. Vowe Enyoyi, Head SME Products and Digital Banking Solution at eTransact. Is he in the house right now? This is because we actually had adjusted this panel section, so we've moved it up so that we will use this as a means of wrapping up the session. Do we have Professor Sandy Carter up on from the cloud or online? Dami, please, can we confirm that we have an online participant? All right, so as soon as that happens, we will beam it. Why, Dr. Awokola, you can be dealing with these guys here. Can I ask you please to move to the next seat there? Yeah. Okay, so I have Enyoyi, please. All right, thank you, you're welcome. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one or two other people that are going to join them at this point in time. And then we will have to, after this, the gala, the closing gala and the council dinner powered by QCon is going to open up from about 6 o'clock, and then that is going to wrap up. It's strictly by invitation. We want to have those moments, as a matter of fact, captured fully. That is where the inauguration of the Fintech Nigerian 2024 to 2026 Council will be happening live and direct. That should start off from the time of 6 p.m. to about 8 more or less as it is. Right now, we have about 15 minutes to wrap up this session. So I'm asking you, Doc, Mr. Chidoke is going to do his presentation, his keynote presentation for about 10 to 15 minutes more or less, and then we will have the panel. Before we wrap up, we will need to ask questions so that we use the questions as a way of concluding the section. For the next 15 minutes, please watch the timer. It's going to be a great guide. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will hand over to Dr. Awokola right now.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here with you today to discuss one of the most pressing issues facing organizations across industries, and that's fraud and cyber attacks. In an era where technology drives innovation, we're also witnessing an unprecedented rise in sophisticated cyber threats and fraudulent activities that are continually evolving, changing the very foundations of security and trust that organizations and consumers rely on. The rise of digital transactions, e-commerce, and online banking has opened up immense opportunities for growth and convenience. However, this advancement also expose organizations to an increasing number of fraud schemes and cyber attacks. Cyber criminals are becoming more adept at exploiting vulnerabilities using techniques like phishing, ransomware, identity theft, and insider fraud to breach security systems and access sensitive data. According to recent studies, global cybercrime costs are expected to reach $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. In Nigeria, fraud value increasing by 62% from 35 billion naira in Q1 of this year, 2024, to 56 billion naira in Q2. This means that organizations, large and small, must remain vigilant and proactive in defending against this relentless threat. It's no longer a question of if an attack will occur, but when. As such, organizations must prioritize cybersecurity and fraud prevention strategies as core elements of their business operations. The impact of fraud and cyber attacks can be very devastating. Financial institutions, businesses, and even government entities can face serious repercussions, including 1, financial losses. 2, reputational damage. 3, regulatory penalties. And customer losses. With the consequences of fraud and cyber attack being so severe, it is critical that we adopt a multifaceted approach to protecting our organizations. This means employing advanced technologies, education, and constant vigilance to stay ahead of these threats. We need to shift our perspective from a reactive response to cyber threats to a proactive, defense-oriented mindset. Prevention must be the focus, and organizations need to ensure they have the right tools and framework in place to detect, to prevent, and respond to potential threats before they cause harm. Here are some key strategies for addressing fraud and cyber attacks. Number 1, robust cybersecurity infrastructure. Organizations need to implement layered security systems that offer comprehensive protection. This includes firewalls, intrusion detection, and prevention system, and anti-malware software. Number 2, employee training. A large number of cyber attacks are the results of human error. Employees should be trained to recognize phishing emails, suspicious links, and social engineering tactics. This education extends to instilling a culture of security across the organization. Number 3, data encryption. Encrypting sensitive data both in transit and at rest ensures that even if a breach occurs, the stolen data is rendered unusable to cyber criminals. Number 4, regular audits and vulnerability testing. Regular security audits, vulnerability assessments, and penetration testing can help organizations identify weaknesses in their systems before attackers do. And then number 5, monitoring and analytics. Real-time monitoring of transaction and network traffic can identify suspicious patterns of anomalies that indicate fraud or cyber attacks. Number 6, multi-factor authentication. Implementing MFA ensures that unauthorized users cannot gain access to the system, even if they manage to steal login credentials. In conclusion, dealing with fraud and cyber attacks requires a proactive approach, combining robust security strategies with cutting-edge technologies to protect the organizations and to protect financial transactions and sensitive data. Then cutting-edge technologies has to be implemented. By investing in these technologies, you can not only secure your operations, but also build trust and confidence with your customer in an increasingly challenging digital world. Thank you for the attention.
All right. Thank you so much, Chijioke, for that. Please, a round of applause for Chijioke for that wonderful brief. All right, so we are here. So this session, this panel session, will be looking at how we can leverage biometric technology to improve KYC and fraud detection in Africa. For a bit of a background, KYC means know your customer. It has to do with things that you do to ensure that every customer that is using your platform, carrying out transactions on your platform, they are identified and you know them, you know where they live, you know their age, you have ample information about them to guide your dealings with them, all in a bid to ensure that when there is a fraud, there is a challenge, they are traceable. So we want to look at how we can use biometric technology to enhance KYC and fraud detection in Africa. And so we have joining us online Professor Sandy Carter. Please confirm if Professor Carter is with us. Do we have Professor Sandy Carter? Okay, she's not currently online. Okay, so I'll begin with, okay, please put your hands together for Ibukun Oluwa Owa. Yes, Ibukun Oluwa Owa is joining us from the regulators, National Data Protection Commission, and I was actually going to start with her. So Ibukun, I think it's good for us to start with you because we are the regulators, so that we can have a regulated panel discussion. So it's good that we start with you. Okay, so Ibukun, I'm going to push this to you. In the light of the Nigerian Data Protection Act, what specific obligations are prescribed for organizations adopting biometric technology in Africa to ensure that privacy and data protection are prioritized throughout the life cycle of biometric data? 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Very sorry for the delay. I was at a previous roundtable discussion. So, biometric data has been defined under our Act as sensitive data, which generally means that there's a higher standard that applies to it. And that's because of the risks that can occur when it's not well handled, for example, fraud. So under the Act, the first thing that is very important to comply with is ensuring that you get your customers' consent. So you need to get their consent before you actually generate biometric data for them. The second thing that you have to comply with is ensuring that while you're processing that data, you comply with the principles of data protection in our Act. So for example, transparency. They need to know why you're taking their data and what you would use the data for. You need to ensure that it's done in a way that is fair, there's no discrimination, and that you have legal basis. You also need to ensure that whatever data you are collecting is only what you need for that purpose. So data minimization, you have to ensure that it's well stored and that there are adequate security measures with the data. It's also important to ensure that data is accurately collected. So you need to ensure that what data am I collecting and why do I need it for? To ensure that you get the accurate quality of data to be able to influence informed decision making. So aside from that, you also need to register with the commission, and you need to ensure that all your third-party processors also register and comply with the commission. There are generally other obligations under the Act, but I will just stop at this for now because there's not enough time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibuko. Please, a round of applause for her for that. That was a regulatory introduction. So, the Nigerian Data Protection Act, how can we get it? How can people have, is it available online? Is it available publicly?
Yes, it's available publicly. So our website is www.ndpc.gov.ng. Okay. If you go there under resources,
please, media guys, can you please put it up for us so that we can be aware? It's because this is also one of the purposes of this panel. We need to enlighten. We need to create advocacy for everyone to know about this policy and all that. Thank you so much, Ibukun. One more time, a round of applause for Ibukun. Please, I appreciate her. She's a lady here. We have to balance the gender thing. All right. Okay, so I will move over to you, Chijioke, the people of the switch. So I'll switch over to you. Okay, so Chijioke, what are the key benefits and challenges of using biometrics for fraud prevention, especially in comparison to traditional methods?
All right, there are a number of benefits adopting biometric in your KYC processes. Number one is accuracy.
Okay.
We understand that no two individuals can have the same
fingerprint.
Yeah. And by so doing,
sorry to cut you. I think we need to define biometrics.
All right, so biometrics are just, I'll give you an example, fingerprints,
okay.
Biometrics, iris scanning,
okay.
All right, that's another example.
Okay.
Facial recognition.
Okay, so let me help you. Okay. Let's break it down. Biometrics is simple. Biological. Metrics, a means of measurement. So biometrics is simply using biological features like your thumbprints, your things that are embedded within you. It's not external, it's within you, that are biological. So you can use your fingerprint, you can use your facial, your face, you can even use your palm print. There is even hair biometrics now, you know, and all of that, so that for you to just understand the concept of biometrics and all that.
Yeah, so today, so what we do in some of these organizations, of course, how we capture this know your customer information, we do paperwork, all right? So these are traditional method. So introducing biometrics, like I said, one of the benefits is that for accuracy, of course, once that information is captured, it's difficult for you to have another person bearing that same data, okay? And also it's difficult for the hackers to, you understand, to hack those informations.
Nice.
Number two is security. So biometric is an additional security. It's like a layer security.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when you adopt that process, of course, the security around that it's highly and very secure. Number three is its efficiency. All right. So
accuracy, security.
For those of us that normally when we download apps and sometimes you're being asked to maybe use your thumbprints or maybe facial recognition, you are able to supply those information very quickly. So it's not something you'll have to stand in the queue in a banking hall or maybe in an 8:4 speed. So the speed is there, it's efficient. Awesome. And some of the challenges around biometric KYC, number one is infrastructure. So we understand that there are some organizations that getting this infrastructure could be very challenging, right? Due to the cost. You want to get the whether hardware, mobile devices, scanner, and the rest. And that's one of the challenges. Secondly, data privacy. Data privacy is very important. Of course, if you are getting this data from individual, first thing you need to understand that data is live, and so you need to ensure that these informations are well secured. All right. So if peradventure this information are leaked out, of course, you know the regulator will come bouncing on you. So you want to ensure that this information are secured.
Excellent. Please, a round of applause for Chiji. Okay, so basically, if you use biometrics as against the traditional method, there is improvement in the areas of accuracy, security, and efficiency. That is very, very good. Now, let me come back here. Richard, so you spoke about data privacy being one of the issues. You know, when you capture this data, Ibuku also mentioned that when you take this data from people, you must follow through with the due diligence in terms of ensuring that the data is collected for the purpose that is meant for and is stored in the right way. All of that borders around data privacy. So my question to you, Richie, is this. Data privacy and security are significant concerns with biometric systems. How can fintech companies balance innovation in biometrics with user privacy and data protection?
Thank you very much for the question. I think I will start by setting the record straight by breaking down what biometric actually is. So it involves two aspects, which is what we consider to be liveness and face match.
Yeah.
Liveness in the sense that when you are going through the verification process, KYC, that you're live and present. It's not a pre-recorded video of yours. It's not a deepfake, which is very famous right now, very popular, because you can use any AI tools to fabricate your image, look like someone else, right? And thirdly, that you're not using any mask. And then the face match part comes in the sense that we take your biometric measurement, in this case your face and everything, and we compare it with the document used during the KYC process. So that is a very simple definition of what biometrics is all about. And so far as we are concerned as a company within this space, we've taken it to the next level. So we make sure that we check during that process in real time that you are actually who you say you are. So biometric technology, in this case liveness and face match, is basically a bridge between the document used and the actual owner of the document.
Okay.
Because I can give you my BVN number and you go to any platform without the liveness and face match, you can easily pass verification if those elements, liveness and face match, is not in place. And so therefore, for any fintech company operating in this space, I believe that they should definitely consider implementation by design, in the sense that we all know that biometric technology enhances user onboarding, it streamlines the process, and of course enhances security. But if the data is not handled properly, right, that comes into data breach, and of course the regulators will come over
After
your, yeah. And so therefore implementation by design actually state that you should design your entire infrastructure around data protection.
Awesome.
Which means that how are you processing the data? How are you storing the
you've
data?
built it into the software
Absolutely.
development life cycle.
Yes,
From the ground up.
it should be like a core DNA of your platform.
Excellent.
And that's what we try to educate our clients all over the world, that this is very, very important, and you cannot cut corners here. It's absolutely important. And also, transparency, like my colleague here mentioned, transparency to customers going through the verification. They should understand what their data would be used for, how they will be processed, how they will be stored, and most importantly, give them the consent that give them the power to say, tomorrow, I don't want you to process my data anymore, I want you to delete it. That build trust, right? And we all know trust goes both ways, right? So that is from the data standpoint to security standpoint and transparency overall. And the last thing that I would like to say is data minimization. Okay. Meaning that you should only collect data that are relevant to particular use case.
All right.
And that will really definitely mitigate the risks of data breach and of course enhance security.
Excellent, excellent. Please, a round of applause for him. That was very precise. So in a nutshell, implementation by design. That was the take home for me from that response. So that means when we build systems, we should not just be concerned whether the system is working. We should ask ourselves, is this system compliant with regulatory policies, especially when it comes to how the data is captured, how it is stored, how it is processed, and that is going to help us to ensure that we build systems that can stand the test of time and that can be fraud-proof as much as possible. Wonderful, wonderful. Please, one more time, please appreciate him. That was very apt. I will not talk again. You guys should clap. Man, it's not easy, man. Maybe we switch. Maybe I can call somebody too. All right. Okay, so I'll move back here. And so, Vowe, I would throw this to you. What role do you think government regulations play? Of course, Ibuku is here, but we need another person to tell us, because sometimes we need to be properly evaluated from the outside. So I'm giving you the chance now to mark Ibuku's script. Ibuku, are you all here? So it's about to mark your script. All right. What role do you think government regulations play in the adoption of biometric technologies for KYC and fraud prevention in Africa? Over to you, Vowe.
All right, thank you very much. So I think governments play a very critical role in ensuring the biometric KYC is adopted across Africa. Because take, for example, in countries like Nigeria here, that we have mandated data identity, right? And this mandation, like the NIMC, which is what I'm referring to, has pushed and accelerated the adoption of biometric KYC across different financial platforms. But the problem I foresee, or I see that happens mostly, is that there is it's still a bit fragmented, across multiple countries.
Yeah, it's not.
So
it's in silos.
It's in silos, exactly. And so there needs to be some form of harmonization across the different, countries to ensure that it's easy for us to have cross-border financial transactions to actually happen. Now, some of the ways it's currently happening right now, aside from the mandation of fintechs to use biometric KYC across their own onboarding process, there's also stricter laws that's currently ongoing, like data policy, like everybody else has mentioned here, that have been implemented, right? Also, when it comes to the cross-border part of things, it's still not that strong enough. Take, for example, the African Free Trade Area.
Yeah.
Right? It kicked off in 2021, but there's nothing that happened so far. So the continent is very good at collaborating, coming together to do something, but it's the execution of what we want to do that actually falls through most of the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we need to really put a lot of efforts into ensuring that actually works very well. So one last thing I want to say would be this. Two things I would like the regulators to really look into to ensure that we all even become more efficient.
Two things, right?
The first one would be, like I mentioned already, trying to see how we can come up with regulation that can harmonize us to work together as a continent. Collaborating with the governments, but also some form of central identity database, because countries like Australia or Norway that have literally zero unbanked individuals, one of the ways you can attribute that success is that they have a central identity database that agencies, fintechs can use to verify the users and also find citizens if any fraud actually occurs. And right now here, that may not be very plausible, but if you can have the government support this, to make a lot of sense.
Excellent. Please, so that will bring me back to you, Ibuko. When I was talking, he began to mention cross-border. I heard him talk about cross-border a few times. So this is going to bring me to ask you this very important question. So as biometric data often involves cross-border transfers, what strategies can be implemented to ensure the secure and compliant flow of personal data across national borders? And how can we promote interoperability between different biometric systems and standards while we are still maintaining effective fraud detection across the region? Did you get that?
Yes, thank you. But I'm just going to seek permission, please. Before I answer the question, I just have some comments based on what some speakers have already said. And I think I will start with the last speaker. In relation to your complaint about there not being any harmonization within African states and countries, and sort of comparing us to Europe, I just have a few comments. So just to note that at the African Union level, there's currently discussions now as to how we can actually approach it. But you need to understand
let me save him. He said we are good at starting these conversations. The problem is just that we don't follow through.
Yes, so I want to explain.
So I just want to, before you take him up, I want to
I'm not taking him up. I just want to just shed some more light and information that may help. So you know that we're actually working. So at the African Union level, there is that sort of conversation going on as to how we can adopt a cross-border mechanism that will allow for free, easy, and safe flow of data. But you need to understand that when you compare a region like Africa to Europe, they're very different, right? Europe is more or less a single market, right? Where apart from the London or the UK, the other systems is civil law system, right? So it's easy, and almost everything they do it together. So it's easy for you to sort of come up with a system.
And they have a unified currency.
Exactly, that can actually work. Now, Africa, you have common law systems, you have civil law systems, and I think there's another system, I've forgotten it. And then you have different levels of maturity in different countries, particularly data maturity. Nigeria is one of the leading countries in that, South Africa as well, but then the other countries are not. So when you sit and think about, okay, how can we come up with a harmonized law? It's very difficult because you have to consider the different factors that will come into play, different levels of maturity and all that. So that's why it's taking a bit longer, but we know it's an important thing to consider, particularly in the light of AFCFTA, like you said. Yes.
Pardon me, Dr. Awokola. Yes. I know you might not see my face, but Dr. Sandy is up on.
Okay.
up online, so you wanted that. But please remember, we have some few minutes, your Q&A section, so that we can use that.
All right,
as a
so
way.
I'll just, once I'm done with this, I'll just take Sandy, and then I'll take...
So, all right, let me just go straight to my,
Please go straight to your point.
to my question, yes, and answer my question.
So
How
make
can
it-
we
make it
enable,
fast.
how can we enable cross-border data trade and transfer in Africa? So we have, under our act, we have certain sections, that's part 8, that deals with cross-border data transfer, that states that you are allowed to transfer data out of Nigeria, but under certain regulatory standards. So you need an adequacy decision from us, or you can use an instrument that has to be approved by us. But in answering this question, it goes back to the answer that I gave earlier on, that there are discussions going on, but there are different things that we have to consider to be able to ensure that we actually get to a point where we can sit down and come up with some sort of white list that can ensure that data is being flown across different countries. One thing that would help is certain countries in Africa are actually developing their laws. I know that in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been a lot of countries that have come up with their own data protection laws, but some don't even have an authority like us. So you have a law, but then there's nobody to actually enforce it, or if you have a complaint, there's nobody to go to. So what the African Union is actually doing now is actually sitting down to discuss with different countries to see, okay, how can we at the African Union help you? Do you need expertise help? Do you need funds? What do you need? So when we get to that stage where we feel like, okay, there are a lot of countries that have the same level of maturity, we can now sort of come up with a sort of collaboration mechanism that will allow for free flow of data. But it's very important to ensure that having regulatory laws and bodies in place is so important. If not, data will be flowing from different countries without it being used securely, without it being safe, without it being confidential, and that creates a lot of risks for us. For example, fraud, identity theft, and all that. So there are things that are still in place now.
All
but
right, thank you,
yes,
thank you. So you are saying to us that it's going on, but there are still issues, and until those issues are properly tackled, we might not be able to get there, but there is hope that Africa will get there. All right, thank you very much. All right, we have Professor Sandy Carter joining us from the United States. Can we have her on? Sandy, are you with us? Please confirm to me if she's with us, or can we? Okay, she's not. All right, so let's move. So I'll come back to you, Chijioke, though our time is running out. I wanted to do this in a very, very, very quick and sharp. Now, can you share examples of successful implementations of biometric technology for KYC and fraud prevention in Africa, and some lessons that can be learned? We know that IntoSwitch is a big player in the fintech, in the African fintech space. So I would like if you can share with us maybe one successful biometric implementation and a few lessons that can be learned from it. Just.
Okay, so what comes to my mind now is BVN.
Okay.
Of course, we all know when we did the BVN verification as the biometric verification, bank verification number rather. We were asked to provide a thumbprint and your facial expression was captured. It's one of the implementation that we had in Nigeria. And in Africa, I know in Kenya, there's this M-Pesa mobile banking. Of course, that's biometric as well, was supplied to be able to get the KYCs of this of the users involved.
Awesome.
But there's something that's very important that would ultimately lead to a successful implementation, just like we had when we implemented BVN in Nigeria. Number one is the government support. So in a situation whereby you have the government support, then you're sure to have a successful implementation. Government support like sensitizing the people, the masses, as to what this means and as to the benefits that you understand it carries, that you need to be able to get this done for the security of your transaction, for the security of your data. And another thing that it's very important why we need the government's involvement is to be able to impress it on the masses. You know, when the government is involved, and then there is this, it has to be done, and this is the deadline. Of course, if you don't do it, you won't be able to access your phone, you won't be able to access, make withdrawals.
Okay, so let's narrow it down to BVN. There's nobody here that is not aware of the BVN project. And as I'm sure InterSwitch, definitely, you do a lot of things. People use your, I got to hear that InterSwitch gets millions of API calls every day. And a lot of people integrate your gateway and all that, and they have to do some levels of KYC and all that. And one of the things that you get to use a lot is the BVN. So I'm sure you are very familiar with the entire BVN ecosystem. Now, what are some lessons? I want us to draw that out, that you can say, you can draw from the BVN project, some valuable lessons to instruct us on, is biometrics, is it possible to, the potentials, the opportunities, or the challenges, as it were. I'd like you to emphasize on that. Lessons from the BVN project.
Okay, so one of the lessons we learned, I talked about this the first time I responded. Number one, it helps you to reach out to those in the rural area.
Okay.
Those that do not have, they don't have the traditional KYC, like fill the form or passports or identification, whatever, driver license and the rest. And with this implementation, you're able to, as long as you have mobile phones in this rural areas, you are able to get their KYC by engaging them to register in this process. So that's one of the, although there are a number of challenges, that you have to follow up with these people, and sometimes some of them, because of their level of literacy, you need to guide them to be able to get some of these things done. In all, it's a very secure and an efficient way of getting to know your customers, yeah, and getting their information.
Yeah. You know, some of them walk into the bank and there's a dispute and all that. They just tell them, go to that madam, and go and print out your BVN. And so once I've seen that happen a couple of times. So they just go. Maybe they ask them for their name or whatever, but it's always, or maybe they cannot even write. And the thing, you know, it's magical as it were. So
it's indeed. It's what when we say financial inclusion.
Yes.
It's something that, yes, you want to reach out to your bank region, those in the interior parts of the rural area, and you're able to get financial services to them through this means.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, so I'm going to come back to you, Richie, but you're going to make it very, very fast because I want us to be done so that we still have 10 minutes. So you just do a quick 1.5 minutes, then I'm going to cycle back to Vowe, and then we're going to draw a curtain on this. All right, so Richie, what are the financial and operational implications for fintech companies when integrating biometric technology into their KYC processes? Just straight to the point. Financial and operational implications.
So when it comes to financial and operational implications in integrating biometric technology, the two works hand in hand. If you look at it from the financial standpoint, it's nothing good comes easily, right? We always say, if you want the best for your product, for your company, in the long run, you have to be able to invest in a proper technology, not by building one, because there are tons of good technologies out there.
To subscribe to?
Yes, that you can subscribe to, and it is also a very good thing to understand who you're subscribing to, who your vendor is, because I've talked with a lot of fintech companies here in Nigeria, and the common use case that I always hear is we using this one for this purpose, and when we go to the next one for this purpose. When you can integrate one solution that caters for your entire compliance needs. So that data flow is as seamless as you could imagine, and then the mitigating of data breach is completely reduced.
Because the exposure points are reduced.
Absolutely. And a lot of time we want to cut corner cases, which is exactly what I mentioned before.
Pause. Repeat that again.
I said a lot of time we want to cut cases. We want to cut corners.
We want
right?
to cut corners, all right. I want to hear it again.
Yeah, we want to cut corners by trying to save costs right now. But let's look at it from the long perspective, long-term goal. What is the long-term goal? Well, you want to invest right now in a proper technology, or you want the regulators to come hitting on your doors, maybe revoking your license in a worst-case scenario, right? And you'll completely, go out of the business, or take your time for due diligence and integrate a proper technology that caters for your entire workflow, and then the operational standpoint would be increased. Because I talked with a company just quickly, and they told me, Richie, we want to use Samsung, but we still have backlogs of last year of data we're still processing in 2024 Q4. That's why we overloaded. This is real story, right? And what is that doing from the operational standpoint? You're losing a lot of money, and then you go back to the financial point, of course. What are you showing? So, and we can, and this is why we take this process very, very seriously, because we've invested tons and tons of resources building a platform that caters for companies within this space and say, hey, integrate once and solve all your compliance
issues and all
right. 10 minutes more to wrap up the session.
Yes, so finally, so I'm going to go over to Vowe. Vowe, in 1 minute, I'd like you to tell us, how do you foresee the evolution of biometric technology impacting future regulatory frameworks for KYC and fraud prevention in Africa? So I'm giving you the role of a seer. So tell us, look into the future for us. What do you see in the future when it comes to biometric technology and fintech, fraud detection and all that? 1 minute.
Okay, so as biometric KYC continues to evolve, on the positive side, definitely the guys on the other end would most likely want to evolve to counter whatever greatness we're doing on this end. And so I see eventually regulators having to create stricter laws across data privacy, user consent, and also cross-border financial transactions. I also see, but I think the biggest challenge I see for regulators would be in keeping in pace with the advancement of biometric KYC. Because as that continues to advance, the regulators also have to keep in pace with that. So I see governments or regulators enforcing or mandating, for example, financial institutions to use the advanced KYCs, like biometric KYC, like maybe liveness check, multimodal biometric authentication, some of which we use at eTransit already, to ensure that we are able to identify who a user is and ensure that they're onboarded properly. But also, even taking it a step further, I also see cases where even if that onboarding is bypassed in one way or the other, this advanced biometric KYC can also be used in authenticating certain kind of transactions, depending on the size and type. Excellent. To also ensure that even if you get past the first leg, you cannot get past the second leg. And that's where I see the advancement coming in.
Thank you very much, Vowe. I think finally we have Professor Sandy Carter. Sandy, good afternoon. Or what time is it over there? Can we have Sandy? Okay, so while we're waiting for Sandy, let's take questions.
All right, so if Sandy comes up, we can give.
Okay, no problem. All right, I can see one hand there. 2. Let's just take 4. Let's give the numbers. Okay, so give them the mics, let them introduce themselves, and then the question, and then we get the questions answered at a stretch. Sonnet. Sonnet, okay.
Can we have the mic checked, please? My technical team, we can't have any audio on the microphones. Please pause the time.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Albright Ahimze. I'm a fresh law graduate from the University of Benin. So my question is to you. So I'm aware of the guidance notice from the NDPC about DCDPMIs. I'm sorry, data controllers and data processors of major importance. However, we have some entities that operate in Nigeria that would fall into that category, but without physical representation. So they don't have offices. Example, TikTok, Microsoft just shut down their only office in Nigeria. So we have them still operating in Nigeria, and they fall into the DCDPMI category. So where these entities are in breach of cross-border data transfer regulations within the NDPA, how does the NDPC go after them and enforce the rules that exist in the NDPA? Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, just to confirm. So is your question whether
Okay,
our...
I think I have Sandy here. Hi, hello, Sandy. Sandy, you alive?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. How are you, Sandy?
I am good, thank you.
Great, great. Okay, let's continue. Next.
Okay, so I'll answer your question twofold. I'll first explain how the Act applies to them, even though they don't have a physical presence in Nigeria. So under Section 2 of our Act, that talks about applicability and scope. If you're processing data within Nigeria, whether you have a physical office or not, it applies to you. So that's where TikTok, Meta, all these other big tech companies, LinkedIn, for instance, now, is somebody that we're actually trying to reach out to based on some concerns that we've heard. Yeah, so if that's the case, it would apply to you. So how do we contact them? They don't have a physical office. One thing that a lot of the big tech companies have is in their privacy policy.
I think Sandy's back up. All right, Sandy, are we together?
I think so.
Okay, great. So
sorry,
Sandy,
I don't want to interrupt her. She sounds like she's giving a great answer. So please continue.
It's okay. Right. So Sandy, I'm going to push this to you just in a minute or two. I'd like us to tell us. So with biometric data being a single point of authentication, how can companies mitigate the risks of data breach or spoofing attacks? Remember, it's a single authentication point. And so how can we ensure that with biometric data, companies can mitigate risks of biometric data breach or spoofing attacks? So I'd like to hear from you, Sandy, just in a minute or two.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think you asked about ensuring that biometric data helps prevent data breaches while not becoming a vulnerability itself. So I think there are several things that we can do in that regard. One is to look at the end-to-end encryption and making sure that the biometric data is encrypted in transit and at rest.
Okay.
Decentralized storage is another really interesting point. So, I specialize in AI and blockchain. So storing biometric data in a decentralized manner. So having it stored on the blockchain. And then if you convert the biometric data into a token or tokenize it on the blockchain, you can use it for storage and transmission as well.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sandy. That was apt and that was very pungent. We had waited for you, so thank you. We'll just only take that question from you so that we can take other questions from the audience. Please, a round of applause for Sandy. Let her know that we could hear her and we appreciate her contribution. Please, a round of applause for her, please. It's interesting. Okay, so I hope the young man's question was answered. I hope you're satisfied with the answer. Okay, you know what? You can see her in camera, all right? And you can have a meeting after the service. All right, thank you. Okay, let's take another question. Let's try and take two more.
Usually take me seconds to finish to respond.
No, you can take hours after now. It's okay. Yes, let's.
Hold on, please. Let's take all of the questions, and then that way you wrap up so we can save on time.
Excellent, excellent. So let's take all the questions then. We just the response in 1 more minute because we have less than 5 minutes. Please, shoot.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
It's been a great conversation so far.
Thank you.
And so, typically, the traditional KYC, right, that has been the modus operandi for organizations, that need it. As a user, I've had great concerns in terms of security. Now we're talking about biometrics as well. And it's one of the reasons that if I'm going to use a fintech and you're asking me for my biometrics, I'm not going to give you. Yes. It's only a financial institution I will give my biometrics because I know that you're...
If you don't give me, then I will also not give you my services.
It's totally fine. I can do without them. There are always alternatives. But my point is that if we really want to drive these conversations, we really need to look into what I'm about to talk about.
Okay, is it a question?
Yes, it's a question, but I'm just laying a foundation.
We don't have time, so go to the question part, or if there's a contribution, just...
So it is a question.
Okay, please.
And my question has to do with the regulators, the commission, right? Which is they have to do more. If we really want the biometric KYC to really thrive, I mean, in terms of acceptance. What do I mean by that? What we've seen with the commission is a retrospective reaction, not a proactive reaction. So the commission always waits until something happens. By now, yes, before they can act. You use technology in getting these biometrics. I should believe that the commission also should have a technology that will help in monitoring to ensure that this
monitoring and enforcement.
Yes, monitoring and enforcement to ensure that this breach doesn't occur. If truly we want to advance this conversation, we can say all those beautiful things. But
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her.
Together for her. So, Ibuku, you must go back home and go and let them know that we want more. No, don't respond. Let's take the last. Let's take one or two. Then we can just do a general.
I'm Popola with one once again, medical student. So
louder.
The good sir over at my right, he said something about in Nigeria we plan, but to implement is the problem. And my question is is directed to the fantastic woman on green. She's you work for NDPC, and in Nigeria. We try to collect data of of every citizen in the country through census, which is most likely, has been long that has occurred. And so what my question is that when it comes to biometric, especially using facial recognition, I have a bank that I'm using, like a specific bank that I can share. It's actually my sibling, because when they use, let me say, when it comes to, let me be specific, when it comes to fair money and you enter the app after a long time.
Sorry, we have to cut you short.
So what is the question? It requires a facial recognition, and I don't need to be there to open the app. I can just give it to my younger siblings to open it, and if they need money, they can spend it.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is
it a question? Is it a
Please take the mic. Please take the mic.
All right,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
If it can be rectified or the advance, it shouldn't be shared with siblings or people that resembles you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take the last one, then we just wrap up.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
My question is towards the NDPA also.
It's as if you are the star girl today.
My question goes like this: what does the
question, please, sir?
Yes.
Just give
That's
us
what
one.
I'm reading out now.
Okay, just one. Please.
What does the NDP Act say about data deletion requests? And how do a fintech company comply with data deletion requests? Putting in mind that I have GT account, for example, and I can go to GT, I want to close my accounts, and I want all my record deleted. And by law, transactional data are expected to be kept for at least 5 years.
It's now 10 years.
Okay, so, Apple Store, Play Store, Google Play Store are also enforcing this. When you want to upload financial app, they want to put a link for the deletion request. So how do NDPA
do that? Okay, thank you very much. So I think the way we're going to do it, so Ibuku, you have 1 minute. It's as if every question came to your desk. So in 1 minute, we'd like you to wrap up this conversation.
Okay. All right. Just to finish my answer to your question.
No, don't finish your answer to this
Let me
question.
just, don't worry, I won't waste time.
No.
In their privacy
I'm the
policy.
moderator. I'm the moderator. So you have to follow my lead, right? I'm the moderator, right? I call the shots here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So just give a general comment to try to address the concern, because everybody is directing their things to you. So just give us a 1 minute.
So generally, for international companies that are not in Nigeria, their privacy policy always has information of their data protection officers. That's how we reach out to them. And they have local partners as well. We reach out to them as well. In relation to your comment about the NDPC doing more, we have taken note of it. We would work on it. We are currently working with private partners to develop tracking tools. There's a lot of work going on in that. So we'll be taking a lot of proposals on that. Then in relation to data deletion requests, yes, so under the NDP Act, under Section 36, you are allowed access to information and also right to your data being deleted. But we note, however, that there are certain laws already in place that you have to comply with. So in as much as data survey has the right to request for your data to be deleted, if there are other laws that the regulator, the industry has to comply with, that has to come first before your right to delete, for data to be deleted. Thank you very much. The Commission is continuing to work hard to ensure that data is actually protected and secured.
I think we're done here. We should take a photograph.
Yes, thank you so very much for your understanding. Please, let's have the panel photo. Thank you, everyone who asked questions, but please, we need to understand that we have some other aspects. Unfortunately, we may have to extend the event till 9 p.m. All right, quickly, with the photo going on, we would like to invite Adaobi Omoshefe Uzo, Associate of UUBO, to come up to make a presentation within the next 5 minutes or 7 at most. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so very much for that way. All right. Please, let's have a presentation up on the screen. After this, we will go for a raffle draw, and then make sure you have your hands and your fingers all together. And then we'll conclude this session. We'll go for lunch. From lunch, we'll close up the day 3 of the conference. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. It's so good to be here.
Timer 7 minutes.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. I must say that I saw a few people shrug when they realized that a lawyer would be coming to speak to them. But please don't shrug. I'm a legal tech lawyer, right? And so I understand how startups and small businesses would like to operate, right? So, and because I work in a legal tech firm, I should let you in on something. So there's a general impression that startups and small businesses do not like to be regulated. We don't think that's true, particularly because in our interactions with startups and small business owners, we know that they are aware that in order to attract investors, they have to be legally compliant, because what non-compliance does is that it results in a lot of liabilities that no investor wants to assume. So we are aware that small business owners are aware of this. We're also aware there are 2 categories of small business owners and startups, owners of startups. We know that there are people who are completely ignorant of the legal obligations that apply to their businesses, and there's also another category of business owners that are partially compliant, but they're really daunted and overwhelmed by the number of laws that they have to comply with. And I tell you, there are a number of laws you have to comply with, right? And so that is why we have created a legal compliance tool. It's a legal compliance tech tool called the U-Law Compliance Calculator. Now, what the U-Law Compliance Calculator does for you is give you a very quick snapshot into all your basic elementary legal obligations that apply particularly to your businesses. So, and I say it's quick because once you have access to our link or once you have access to the tool, in your seats right there, in under 3 minutes, once you just sign up, in the usual way you would sign up for, say, a free article online, once you sign up, you import certain facts about your businesses, and then the compliance calculator gives you a free summarized report that is tailored to your businesses, a free compliance report that shows you all of your basic elementary legal obligations, right? And for people who are partially compliant, what the compliance calculator does for you is show you the gaps that you have in your compliance process and the compliance process of your businesses. I hope that you're wondering how the compliance calculator works right now, and we have prepared a demo for you to show you how it works, and it will come right on now.
It's here.
Hi there. The ULAW Compliance Calculator is here to give you a glimpse into your basic compliance obligations as a startup or MSME in Nigeria. Let's take a look at how to use the compliance calculator to generate a report on your statutory obligations. For starters, how do you find the compliance calculator? Head over to the ULAW website by typing www.u-law.ng into your browser. Click on the menu button at the top corner of the ULAW website. A list of options will appear on the left side of your screen. Select Find a Solution from the list, then choose Compliance Calculator from the drop-down menu. You will be directed to the ULAW Compliance Calculator page. You can either explore the ULAW Compliance Calculator page further or click Try our Compliance Calculator now to immediately begin your assessment. If you are using the Compliance Calculator for the first time, you will be required to create a new account. Simply enter your email address in the designated box and click Send PIN. Once you receive the PIN, enter it in the provided section and proceed to fill in your details. Once you have done so, you are all set to complete your assessment.
Now, let's tackle the questions. On your screen, you will see a pop-up with the title, Compliance Calculator. Select the options relevant to your business or your organization. Once that is done, click the Submit button. You will be shown a summary of your selections, including the time and date of your activity on the web page. Please review the choices and select Calculate Now. You will receive a pop-up confirming that your report has been submitted. You can either access the summary report via your email. Ready to access your full report? Simply click the Pay to download full report or access the Pay to get full report option provided via email. When making payments, you can use any of the available payment options including a card, bank, USSD, transfer. Once you have successfully completed your payment, you will receive a copy of your full report via email. You can now start your compliance journey today by visiting the ULAW website to gain insights into your basic obligations. Got questions about red flag areas? Select the Click Here link provided on the last page of your report or book a consultation via the Compliance Calculator webpage. And voila, there you have it, your guide to navigating the ULAW Compliance Calculator with ease.
So that's just a very quick demo on how you can access and use the compliance calculator. As you've heard, you get a completely free summarized report, but if you need a fuller, detailed report, all you have to do is just pay an affordable charge, very affordable charge. We have a barcode on the screen that you can scan right now, and you get access directly to the compliance calculator tool on our website. If you have any questions about how to use this report, or if you're trying, because I see a number of people trying to access the report. If you have any issues, you can just walk up to me. I'll be available after this session. Just walk up to me and I'll answer any of your questions. My team members are already around as well, and I'm sure they're sharing some flyers with you. You can also just ask them any questions that you have about the compliance calculator and about ULAW in general. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much from UUBO. This is great. Fortunately, how I wish we will come to the end, but one way or the other, all good things must come to an end. And this is most amazing. Please, can you put your hands together for every one of yourselves? The more you clap, the better. You will stand a chance to win the last wonderful prize, which is happening tonight. But quickly, let me answer and also say that we'd like you to please bear with us because of time. We were not able to answer every single question, but we have the panelists as well as the speakers on ground to interact with you one-on-one. If you've not been satisfied with the answers we've received, please kindly forward this question still, and then we are going to put that all in the report, because you are one of the most important persons who make these events very successful. But normally, you know, sometimes when it's such an excellent thing, you wish it is extended beyond the time given, but we have other content that we must project, as a matter of fact. So I say a big thank you to all of the individuals who have asked questions. We recognize you, we appreciate you. And then please, sometimes in the future, when you're asked questions, just go straight to the point. And these things help us to be able to drive home a lot of the intent that we have. And so we want to say a big thank you to every one of you one more time. The raffle draw is going to be taken up by now. Please make sure we have the Slido. But before you go on with the Slido, there is the CFTE certification. Please, can I have the code or the message up on the screen, my technical guys, so that everybody who is seated here can actually capture that particular link, and then we'll have it shared. So this is the coupon code for the Nigerian Fintech Week 2024 to access the Fintech in Africa course. So kindly use this link below. I know it's quite lengthy, but I'm very sure you can get that through. And then it's courses.cfte.education/online-certificate-fintech-in-Africa, and then / as a way to end it. Please just leave that on the screen. You can actually snap it and then make sure that you take advantage of this particular course so that you can get this certification. Please do not forget to still experience the experience room and the game room as well. After dinner is announced, this hall is going to be shut down. So I will encourage every one of us to move into the exhibition ground and then see more of the exhibitors, and also have one-on-one engagement with some of the panelists who have not given you full detail. Don't worry, next year we'll make sure that we give an extended time so that a lot of your questions will be captured. You are very important. And then we also will announce that please be mindful of your phones and be mindful of your personal items. We don't want any story. Now we will go in for the raffle draw, but one of the riddle that perhaps I want to start with, I wonder if somebody has an answer to that, is that it's a simple riddle. I don't know who perhaps might know that. What asks no questions but must be answered? Anybody knows that? What asks no questions but must be answered? Who knows that? Okay, but that's a teaser, so don't think you are winning an award. A doorbell? No, that's not the answer that I have. What's the answer? Oh, fantastic. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for him. Aha. So the answer is a telephone. You know, they ask no questions, but they give every single answer. And so you have an idea of what we're winning tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, do we have our fingers ready for tonight so that we can wrap up for lunch and then call it a day? In the meantime, I say a big thank you to all of our sponsors, and thank you to our exhibitors, our speakers, panelists, and the Fintech NGR, as well as the Fintech Associates, for making this possible. And at this point, my technical guys, we recognize you all. Thank you so very much for doing an excellent job. And of course, Felicity's Corporate Events, the planners behind this successful outing. Thank you so very much for making this experience worthwhile for the past 3 days, as the case might be. And so please let us have the Slido QR code. So please go scan that. If you were here yesterday, You know how it works. Make sure you remember the hashtag 1111287. And remember, good evening, madam. It's good to see you. That is our special minister, so to speak, in the category in terms of Nigeria, who came all the way from Kenya. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? We won't go for lunch, oh. Are we ready? Are you ready? So scan that slido.com will put out the question. And you know how it goes. The quickest, fastest finger will be the person who will win our final raffle draw prize. This one is looking newer. Maybe it has to do with the feeling that we're wrapping up the conference. So can we have, are we ready? Don't respond yet. You and I know how it works now. So this is how it goes. The first fingers who answer the question correctly, make sure you have your full name under your answer. And the first person who answers the question correctly will be the person that will win for tonight. So are we ready? Dami, are we ready? Dami is ready. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey, if this was exam, but I don't feel without you. Invigilator says pens up. What do? Are we ready? So I'm going to wrap up after 3. The question will come up on the screen. Are we ready? Remember the name, the answer must be correct, and your name must also be included, as the case might be. Thank God I have the COO in the house here. He's going to be presenting the winner, as a matter of fact. Now, after 3, Dami, you put the stuff on the screen, and please capture the first correct answer, and the person that is announced concludes the day, as a matter of fact. 1, 2, 3. Question. Who is the incoming president of Fintech Association of Nigeria? Counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop. All right. Stop. Who is the first correct answer? Go up. Go up, go down. Who was the person who said my daddy? Which your daddy? From where? All right, this is the first person who got it right. That is Onyekachi Best. No? Stanley Jacob. The answer is Dr. Stanley Jacob. Is he your mate? All right, so this answer, as a matter of fact, she didn't put her full name. You have to put Pamela, who you are. If you were here yesterday, you would have known. Who is Mr. Kennedy? Who is Mr. Kennedy as the incoming president? Are you people listening at all? This is why they say pay apt attention in class. And my daddy, we wish you good luck. Next year, when you come, look for him. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we put our hands together for Onyekachi Best? Dr. Stanley Jacob is the incoming president of the Fintech Association of Nigeria. All right, can we have, are you a man? You look like a, Onyekachi, is that not a female name? All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Onyekachi. He's the winner for the Day 3 mobile phone. We're glad that somebody actually came in here. Were you here since morning? Okay, we can see your tag. It's not as if you heard news. Okay, you've been hoping and aiming for this. Please put your hands together for Dr. Birma as he presents the gift, the winner, this phone.
Yeah, congratulations for going by the rules. But I will also break the rule a little bit. So congratulations, good. So the first person that responded is Pamela. I mean, it's first Stanley Jacob before he became a doctor, right? So Pamela will also get a gift.
Pamela must get a gift. Well, Oga says that she will benefit Pamela. I don't know what the gift is, but Oga has decided to do 1 or 2 things. So Pamela, where's Pamela?
Pamela will get a 50,000 cash gift.
Woo! Make sure you're Pamela. Bring your ID card. Where is Pamela? Where is Pamela? You see? Pamela, are you Pamela? How do we know you are the Pamela? Okay, please come up. Please put your hands together for her. That one she will use it to buy Pampers for the twins coming. This is great. Please be mindful of your bag. Please, we'll have a handshake for Pamela. Yeah, money for baby food. Where SMA is now how much back then? This one way for it don't reach 1,000. Pamela, it's our guy we'll be praying for. Congratulations. Congratulations. There, sir.
Okay, so just, yeah, congratulations. I mean, your answer came in first, but you didn't meet some of the rules. But we decided that we'll do something. Okay.
Oh, thank you so
much. all the best. Just see. Where's
Shehu is going to be some ground.
No. So just go to that box, ask for Damilola, and give him your account details.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. Please put your hands together for Dr. Babatunde Obrema, who has favored Pamela. As a matter of fact, I'm very sure she was praying for this. These days, we know that food doesn't come cheap. Well, thank you. I want to say a big thank you. My name is Stephen Ipalabo Lawson. Lunch is being served. Please let us empty this hall while we move in there. Why the VIP have access to that, or if you don't have a red tag or the VIP ticket, please kindly go out here. And then if you have a meal ticket, you have the benefits to take your lunch. Thank you. No, after the launch, we're closed for the day. The conference ends. We want to say a big thank you. We'll announce next year conference, which we hold on, as a matter of fact. Not at all. That is closed. Yeah, closed.